attempt to adjust the picture. We are controlling transmission. If we wish to make it louder, we will bring up the volume. If we wish to make it softer, we will tune it to a whisper. We will control the horizontal. We will control the vertical. We can roll the image, make it flutter. We can change the focus to a soft blur, or sharpen it to crystal clarity. For the next hour, sit quietly and we will control all that you see and hear. We repeat, there is nothing wrong with your television set. You are about to participate in a great adventure. You are about to experience the awe and mystery which reaches from the inner mind to 420.
Uostarosta.
Huh.
Uostarosta.
What's he doing? That's odd.
Booster.
I'm sure I can fix it. I think.
Yo, I don't even care if you lit or you high. Airplanes are literally littering in the sky. While you're twittering the little kids in the video live. We spending these ends with the pyramid. I'm fucking serious. This is no time to question me, period. Now I'm furious, about to redo this chick's interior. If I appear to her as inferior, then she's delirious and not a period. Just throw them hands in the air and wave them shits high. If you're on my team, if you're on my team, then scream. Just scream real loud, throw your hands up in the air. If you're on my team. I used to see anticipation driven from your freaking face, written in 15 different languages. It was amazing, kid. Nowadays the shit looks like it's missing its radiance. It's all been erased and stripped from our relationship. Your face is sick, like I just made you lick. A contagion, growing impatient. Your days eclipsed by an alien. The way your skin smelled way back then. I'm inhaling, now I'm flailing like the assailant that you impaled in. Now I'm exhaling. Next, I guess I'll just check the tail end of the failed friendship we had way back, like a whale fin. And now the elephants in the room, and they pale in comparison to the pain I'm sharing, and it's embarrassing. About to get the kerosene and burn up everything we shared, and then up in flames. This is not a fucking game. There it went, there it went. It's embarrassing, but yo, I don't even care if you lit or you high. Airplanes are literally littering in the sky. While you're twittering the little kids in the video live. We spinning these ends with the pyramid. I'm fucking serious. This is no time to question me, period. Now I'm furious, about to redo this chick's interior. If I appear to her as inferior, then she's delirious, had another period. Just throw them hands in the air and wave them if you're on my team. If you're on my team, then scream. Just scream real loud if you're on my team, then scream. Just scream real loud.
Darling, you're such a man. You sure you forgive me?
Every time I clutch the mic, you can see the wheels spinning like a rusty bike. Don't trust my wife, honey, that's enough advice. One wrong move, you can fuck your life. I'm as cold as crushed ice. It's time to go and tuck my knife now. When I shoot, you better duck the fuck down. Motherfuckers think it's as easy as Go Gadget live stream. That's why the streams are trash and they do not surprise me. The horizon always rises to the level that your eyes be. Motherfuckers think it's as easy as Go Gadget live stream. That's why the streams are trash and they do not surprise me. The horizon always rises to the level that your eyes be.
You sure you forgive me?
Being broke is a career, my life is smoke and mirrors. This ain't the happy stuff that you hope that you would hear. Boston Ray, level head, I never said y'all just ain't ready yet. Monopoly, get off my property for free. Ain't no stopping me, constantly a monstrosity at the top you see. Boston Ray got bars and jars of flatter and farms in the car. Motherfuckers think it's as easy as Go Gadget live stream. That's why the streams are trash and they do not surprise me. The horizon always rises to the level that your eyes be. Motherfuckers think it's as easy as Go Gadget live stream. That's why the streams are trash and they do not surprise me. The horizon always rises to the level that your eyes be.
Yo, everything nice when I sing this song. Don't get me wrong, cause I hit my bong like Tommy when it's 420. You got to understand, coming with it plenty. And it's a dose of reality straight from your brain. We're gonna let them know it's all the same. Cause Mandela affected on the mic I selected. Yo, you don't understand until you get with this. Not a flow, everything nice like what you wanna do. Karen B on the Monday Truth Talk. Got the coffee time spitting with your rhyme. I don't need coffee to be full of this. So real, I got love in my heart so I can feel, and I'm connected straight up to the source. And yeah, I love to have intercourse, cause it's so nice when I'm making that love. Just like on the microphone, flowing like a dove, flying in the sky, sending all the branch to the ceiling fan. And you know who I am, Ja. And I got the master plan. We're coming together. I don't need your hate, cause through all the weather we're so much better when we come together. Feeling our feeling, and we know it's the deal, cause we're on the same mission for truth, and that's for real. Yo, so I'm a micro machine. I gotta spit it straight like the man in the dreams. Can I bust my flow? I think I can, cause you see that it is so true and feels so lovely when you're spitting your voice and it's happy and free. Truth time warriors, and that's what I be. The earth is flat, so what you gonna do about it? I'm gonna shout it every day, and you gotta know it's true. Chemtrails up in the sky, but they can't stop the weather. It's the 4th of July. Yo, here we go.
Motherfuckers think it's as easy as Go Gadget live stream. That's why the streams are trash and they do not surprise me. The horizon always rises to the level that your eyes be. Motherfuckers think that it's easy as Go Gadget live stream. That's why the streams are trash and they do not surprise me. The horizon always rises to the level that your eyes be.
Darling, you're such a man. You sure you forgive me?
There is a fifth dimension, beyond that which is known to man. It is a dimension as vast as space and as timeless as infinity. It is the middle ground between light and shadow, between science and superstition, and it lies between the pit of man's fears and the summit of his knowledge. This is the dimension of imagination. It is an area which we call the Mud Zone.
The world is flat. I'm here to ring the alarm with my puppet like charm, straight from the barn. I'm talking about Flat Earth Farms, cause most don't know. They think we live on a globe, a ball that floats. So listen and take notes, and take it to a higher plane. Immerse yourself in all it contains, in all its glory and flair. Flat Earth Farms can take you there. Open your mind outside the box. No more staring at NASA's Photoshop. No more moon landings, no line to ya. No more people standing backwards in Australia. Just facts and pure truth, planning straight to the roots. Flat Earth Farms help you understand. A magical place on a wondrous land.
The world is flat, and that's a fact. Tell your friends next time you chat. Let them know a ball ain't that. Let's stay playing with the baseball bat. Cause we coming at the barn, a higher place, the Flat Earth Farms.
Wanna get high? Wanna get high? Wanna get high? Wanna get high? What's that, a party here?
Ho, ho, ho. This could be it, Harry. Pass the word along. Tell the men it's time to shoot the moon.
Shoot the moon!
Oh, not out there on the microphone. On the microphone. Shoot.
What are we gonna do tonight, Singe Man?
The same thing we do every night, Boston Ray. Try to take over the world.
Earth is flat, what you gonna do about it? The earth is flat, what you gonna do about it? The earth is flat, now what you gonna do about it? The earth is flat, now tell me what you think you're gonna do about it. Tell me what you think you're gonna do about it. Tell me what you think you're gonna do about it. Tell me what you think you're gonna do about it. Earth is flat, What you gonna do about it? I thought you knew about it. Would you rather do without it? The Earth's a center, the sun and moon moves around it like a clock. Can you hit a moving target with a rocket? I'm not hard to get along with. Just take a bong hit. Do you serve up any content? The stars are constant. You want a consolation for it? It makes me vomit. We never do get hit by comments. I know you want it. Just leave another useless comment. NASA lost it. The Earth is flat. What you gonna do about it? Earth is flat, what you gonna do about it? The Earth is flat, what you do about it? The Earth is flat, what you gonna do about it? The Earth is flat, what you gonna do about it? The Earth is flat, what you gonna do about it? The Earth is flat, now tell me what you think you're gonna do about it. Tell me what you think you're gonna do about it. Tell me what you think you're gonna do about it. Tell me what you think you're gonna do about it. You know it's flat. And there is a bunch of us. The globe is munching on a bunch of snuffleupagus. You think it's cute? Then why not cuddle up with us? We know it's flat. Why you making such a fuss? My supper was the fucking best sex just because the Earth is flat. It hit me like an uppercut to the nuts. The Earth is flat and there's nothing you can do. The Earth is flat and there's nothing you can do. There's a Russian with the crew. Don't forget to brush after your food. Asteroids and asteroids too. The Earth is flat and there's nothing you can do. The Earth is flat, there's nothing you can do about it. The Earth is flat, there's nothing you can do about it. The Earth is flat and there's nothing you can do about it. The Earth is flat, there's nothing you can do about it. The Earth is flat, there's nothing you can do about it. What you gonna do about it? The Earth is flat. What you gonna do about it? The Earth is flat. It's fucking flat. The Earth is fucking flat. The Earth is fucking flat. The Earth is fucking flat.
Try to play, but you're never gonna beat me. Look the other way, what I'm doing ain't easy. Bloody hands stained from the people who deceive me. Muddy hands break through the chains, go free me. Looking for change, looking for pain. Pulling a mob, pushing a train. I'll never stop, stick to a lane.
The world of science cares about you. Eureka! We found it. With the tools of science, we have invented, yes, hand sanitizer. But not just any hand sanitizer. This hand sanitizer was developed and approved by the Dark One himself. Here are a few of the things our product can bring you.
You slept. Warning, the self-destruct system has been activated. Option to override self-destruct expires in 10 minutes.
We're live. We are live. What's up, John Keeley? Can you hear me?
Hey, what's happening?
Hey, how you doing? So let's see
Doing
who we
good.
got. Let's see. Oh, whoa, glitchy as fuck. You see that? They're gonna think I'm AI. All right. Drew Duncan, what's up? Let's see who is here tonight. Sean Osborne. What up? Mr. Super Sidewinder. 8 billion in chat. Yep. You're right. There should be. They probably will. Probably is. They're just lying. We're just getting started. JB Rants. How you doing? I saw Sue Finelli. You know, it doesn't really matter. There's a lot of shows on tonight. There's a lot going on. So, you know, but I'm just like, honestly, me, myself, I love everybody and I love all the shows that are on for the most part, you know, but it's like, I just get tired of like never being invited on certain ones. It's like, okay, all right. Like, I want to be part of the show. Like, I have my own thing going on over here. So I kind of was like, you know what? Even if 5 people show up, I don't care. You know, like, I just want to hang out tonight. So nothing serious. I don't have like a serious show put together. I'm going to put the link out. Rasta Bear's coming on. You know, we got a little bit, you know, and I have an open piano. And I'm going to have people come on and just whatever you want to share, talk about. But also play a few things too. So,
Yeah.
Let's get it started real quick. What's this? Is this what I want to do? Give me a second. Come on. Who's this from? Doesn't say. That's strange. Okay. All right, let's check this out. The strangest hospital in the world. How long is it? All right. Maybe not. Maybe we'll start with this other one. Yeah. Okay. Tartaria, rewritten history explodes. So, like, you know, a lot of people don't believe in Tartaria, or they just think it's something that, like, we're making up. So I'm going to start, like, showing more stuff on here.
Oh, it's definitely with the land.
Research for a new video.
Check this out.
Recently, I was doing some research for a new video when I stumbled upon this document which talks about Tartary in 1835, so I wanted to share it with you. The document itself on Google Books is attributed to William Pinnock. However, the title page indicates that this was adapted from Pinnock's work by a man called Edwin Williams. A comprehensive system of modern geography and history, revised and enlarged from the London edition of Pinnock's Modern Geography, and adapted to the use of academies and schools in the United States. William Pinnock was a British publisher and educational writer in the early 1800s who transitioned from schoolmaster to bookseller. In 1837, at the age of 35, he moved to London where he began publishing cheap educational works. Pinnock employed a style of teaching in the form of short manuals containing a series of questions and answers, like a modern-day examination, and this proved popular, as we can see by this adapted version for American schools provided.
See what that says.
Even at the age of 35, he moved to London, where he began publishing cheap educational works. Pinnock employed a style of teaching.
Questions for examination. What is Tartary? Number 1. Describe it. What are the limits of Tartary in its most general sense? What in its limited or restricted sense? What are comprised under the general head of Tartary? 4. How otherwise considered? 5. But what general name were the different tribes who inhabit Eastern Tartary, formerly known? Describe them. How is Chinese Tartary divided? What countries does independent Tartary include? What is Western Tartary? Describe the Tartars. No, what have you remarked upon the name of Tartar? So anything with like the word Tartar in it, like tartar sauce, anything like that is like traced back to them. Did you know that?
No,
Dude,
no.
No, yeah, I bet you didn't know that. Fun fact, pop quiz, hot shot. Do the Tartars themselves spell their name in the same as we do? What is the difference? Is it any moment whether we call them Tartars or Tartars? Tata. Yeah. I call them Tata because I'm from Boston. What are your reasons for continuing to call them Tartars in preference to Tartars, Tartaria? I'm doing it too much now. Are any names of places spelt by the natives differently from?
No.
Yeah. What up?
I'm just yelling at my dog.
Yeah. Name them. In the cause of the cause of this difference. To whom are they in part subject? What is the population of Tartary? Independent Tartary. Like it says Tartary like literally 12 times. What is the language of Tartary?
The form of short
What were where the Mongols? That's what it says.
Manuals containing a series of questions and answers, like a modern-day examination, and this proved popular, as we can see by this adapted version for American schools provided by Edwin Williams. So this booklet would have likely been handed out in schools and academies across the United States after 1835, and it presents us a look at the educational syllabus of the time. A short perusal of the contents will give you an idea of what's contained, and if we turn to the preface, we can see a foreword by the author who praises William Pinnock for his services to education. Edwin Williams describes how he used Pinnock's geographical data combined within his book and combined it with the most prominent facts from history. So, we'll turn to the contents, and there are 4 topics we want to focus on: Tartary in general, independent Tartary, Chinese Tartary, and also Asiatic Russia. Nice. Because as we've discussed on this channel before, much of the land north of Mongolia and Manchuria was captured by the Russians in the 17th century. Yep. Before we delve in,
and that's where Tartary was.
There are a few things I'd like to bring your attention to. You'll notice these points are numbered, and that's because they correspond to a question which you can find at the end of each section. I've taken the liberty of bringing together a collection of the mentions of Tartary or Tartars in chronological order which appear in other sections of the book. After that, we'll examine the 4 topics I mentioned earlier. On page 21, when discussing the surface of the Earth, we can see number 28 says, "The name of deserts is also given to fertile lands, which are uninhabited, as the desert of Ukraine in Poland, which lies along the river Dnieper. Most of the deserts of Tartary, represented so dreadful and barren, are of this kind. It would be more proper to name them wildernesses." This clears up a lot of confusion some people have when reading of these areas. For example, Tartaria Deserta, a name used to refer to sections around southwestern Siberia, was not an actual desert. On page 23, we can see it discussing the empires, where it says that the word for a Mughal or Tartar emperor is a Khan. On page 32, when speaking of the globe model, it says the Greeks passed it to the Romans, and then they passed it to the Arabs, Persians, Turks, and Tartars. Wow. Page 34, when speaking of maps, it claims again the Greeks passed them to the Arabs, Romans, and Persians, who then shared them with the Turks and the Western Tartars, whilst the Eastern Tartars received their maps from China. Just below, it claims that maps were spoken of in China as early as 2,207 years before Christ. On page 70, when discussing the Pacific Ocean, it describes the Sea of Kamchatka as lying on the eastern shores of Siberia and Tartary. On page 239, we get to the section on Russia, where it tells us that the Russian Empire is the largest in the world, extending from the Baltic in the west to North America in the east, of which it now owns a portion, of course referring to Alaska. Below it provides a comparative view of the other empires active at the time, as well as ancient Persia, ancient Rome, and the Holy Roman Empire under Charles V.
Wow.
Russia is by far the largest active empire with 7 million square miles of land, and China is second with 3 million. The Chinese Empire, of course, including Tartary, with the rulers of China at this point being the Manchu Tatar dynasty. On page 242, we can see it describes the animals that inhabit the area around the Aral Sea. Horses, donkeys, antelopes and wolves, as well as a fierce animal called the Jolbart, which according to the Tatars was strong enough to carry off a horse. This is most likely describing the Caspian tiger, one of the largest big cats to grace the modern period, and was distributed across Central Asia from southern Russia to Afghanistan and Caucasus to Xinjiang.
Yeah.
The Caspian tiger was confirmed extinct
It's funny that they brought that up because my nickname was Caspian Tiger in high school.
in 2003. On page 244, they're describing Moscow and the different edifices of varying nations. The Pagoda of China, the Mosque of Constantinople, the Cabaret of Spain, the gorgeous palaces of Greece and Rome, and interestingly, the Tatar Temple of Bukharia, obviously referring to the type of architecture seen in Bukhara and Samarkand. It says the people of Moscow are as diverse as the buildings, with Tatars, Turks, Greeks, Cossacks, Poles, Germans, Chinese, English, and French, all seen parading in the habits of their respective countries.
I like it.
A breakdown of Russia's inhabitants shows that 89% of its population resides in Europe, with only 3.5% living in Siberia.
Fun fact.
Page 249 provides us the history of Russia, where it says Russia was little known to other European nations as an independent kingdom until the 15th century, before which it was frequently subject to the Tatars. The first ruler who bore the title Tsar was Ivan Vasilovich, known as Ivan the Great, who about the year 1481 succeeded in freeing Russia from the dominion of the Tatars, and it notes this is when the Cossacks first appear in history. Curiously, this document refers to him as Ivan I, whereas today he is known as Ivan III, and it also notes that he introduced the use of firearms. On the next page, we see it claims Poland was anciently inhabited by the Vandals, a Scythian tribe. They were dispossessed by the Tatars and Russians, who then went on to form several small states, united under Duke Lech in the year 550. On page 253, it discusses John Sobieski, who it calls the most distinguished king to ever rule Poland. In 1686, he assisted the Holy Roman Empire in defending the city of Vienna from the Tatar and Turk forces of the Ottomans. On page 271, we get to Germany, where it mentions that whilst the early history of the Germans was lost in fable, ancient authors called them either Celts, Scythians, or Celto-Scythians. A note at the bottom tells us, nearly all the countries of Europe are supposed to have been peopled by the Celts. The compilers of Universal History are of the opinion that they are descended from Gomer, the eldest son of Japheth, who settled in Phrygia in Asia Minor, and also that the Celti took the left hand, spreading over Poland, Hungary, Germany, France and Spain, whilst the descendants of Magog, Gomer's brother, moved eastward and peopled Tartary. 2 pages later, and we can see it says that before the invasion of Augustus, nephew of Julius Caesar, Germany was peopled by...
Alright. It's pretty good. Not going to listen to that all night, though. No. Strangest hospital in the world. Cabbage Patch Kids.
Yeah.
But it was it for what it was worth. I mean, it was all right. You know, I love these type of streams because it's just like you never know what you're gonna
Hey everybody,
see.
today we've got a very interesting video.
One after the other.
Nestled within the foothills of Cleveland, Georgia is a very strange place.
Exactly like that.
I'd say it's one of the most unique hospitals in the world.
Nice.
Well, it's not really a hospital, but it's called one.
Definitely not.
That's right, we're taking a journey to visit the Babyland General Hospital.
That's right.
Now, it may not be a real hospital, but it is complete with adoptions, birth certificates, babies being birthed by nurses, and even baby incubators.
Looks good.
So it's definitely modeled after a real hospital, but it's no hospital you've ever seen before. Personally, I've been really anticipating this trip and was super excited the morning of because it's a place I enjoyed since I was a kid. I was raised with the Cabbage Patch Kids. My mom was an 80s kid and she even had a few Cabbage Patch Kids of her own. So naturally, she passed them on to me. And when I was young, I ended up getting a few for Christmas a couple years in a row. So something I'm very familiar with. The ride there was just so beautiful. The trees were all changing and the weather was just the right temperature. We couldn't help but notice the mountains and their strange shapes, slopes to pyramid-looking mountains, many of them covered in trees and kudzu.
Nice.
One can't help but wonder what's potentially lying beneath. Now, this isn't the first time that I've been to Babyland General, but the last time I was here, it was not the intimidating structure that it is today. It was in a very small building on the other side of town, but at the time, I remember it being a very surreal experience. I must admit that the smell of Cabbage Patch Babies is very distinct, and it opened up a big can of nostalgia for me. This was Sol's first time visiting Babyland General, but he seemed pretty impressed by the beautiful landscaping and architecture of the new Babyland Hospital. On the outside, we see these massive statues depicting the classic Cabbage Patch Kids logo. You know, the baby head emerging from the cabbage. There's actually even a sign with Colonel Casey on it, surrounded by an assortment of beautiful flowers. It really is a spectacle. There's just this wide open space with this big white building standing on top of a hill. And there's definitely a weird vibe as it's far enough away from town to where it's nearly silent when you're standing out on the lawn. I don't know, there was kind of a weird ambience here, but it was still kind of peaceful.
Not bad.
Upon entering the building, we noticed a very strange wall that was covered in celebrity photos that seemed to be praising Xavier for, I don't know, the Cabbage Patch Kids, I guess? Not gonna lie, that was a little strange. I'm not sure why so many celebrities were so excited about the Cabbage Patch Kids. Like, I get that they were a cultural phenomenon at the time, and maybe this is just some sort of marketing scheme, but it was pretty strange. We went to the admission desk and a very nice nurse told us that it was free aside from whatever you could decide to purchase, so we walked on in. One of the weird things about the entrance is the checkerboard white and black floor. Now obviously, you could say that's just a coincidence, but what are the chances? There are countless design choices, but they decided on the black and white checkerboard. Some argue that this is to keep the focus on the products, but I don't know, to me the checkerboard pattern is a little distracting. Immediately, as we begin to explore, the smell of the Cabbage Patch Kids hit us like a ton of bricks. There really is no other smell like it, and if you've ever had a Cabbage Patch Kid, you know exactly what I'm talking about, but the whole place is set up sort of like a nursery. There are literally thousands of plush dolls and toys strewn about the different rooms, and each room has a sort of different theme.
Wow.
However, the most obvious feature is the tree in the middle of the largest room. I'm not sure if this is the same tree from the original Babyland General, but it certainly looks the same to me.
Yeah.
We walked around and checked everything out for a while. The music playing was your typical child's nursery playlist, which was a little grating at first, but then they started playing some actual Cabbage Patch Kids songs, which were admittedly better than the other stuff.
Yeah.
The cow's weird.
It's crazy. It's like 90s. 90s now? 90s? But why? How's the weather where you're at? It's not bad. It's just a little humid. Hey, Ken.
Man, this music.
The good old Cabbage Patch.
Open Your Eyes Bigger.
Oh, yeah.
New Panorama by L'Oreal Paris.
Sponsored by L'Oreal, please. Go ahead. Well, you know, guys, it's open panel. You can come on the show. Just having fun tonight. Nothing major. There's a lot of stuff on, a lot of competition, but we're not competing. We know who's the real champion already.
Talking about some videos. Learn about history.
Yeah, we already won.
So what's that represent?
The Cabbage Patch Kids, man. The cloning. You know how they use the tulip for like fertility.
Yeah, I've seen the cards, the postcards.
Yeah, they cover it on this channel, but I mean, they're gonna get into it. I think.
Oh,
I'll just let it go. I'll let them break it down.
There are a few areas where the babies are still being grown in cabbages, and it's just a
It
strange
represents,
vibe
like,
walking
the
around with
incubator
these weird
babies.
lullabies, and it can be a little creepy. But then you've got the main section where these babies are all around the tree where they're born. So there are multiple areas where you could see the dolls, and there is even a baby incubator.
Yes.
So wait, this is connected with the baby incubators?
Yes.
Perhaps Mother Cabbage is delivering preemie babies.
Yes.
Note, there are 12 and 9-inch dolls, but also the stork in the delivery room, it's pretty creepy. It's a little, he's old. But anyway, this is the room where they keep the babies that are up for adoption. And these babies are different because these are handmade. These aren't the typical mass-produced Cabbage Patch Kids. These ones are apparently special, and they're, I think, much more expensive than the ones you can buy that are out on the show floor. But yeah, this is basically where they put the special babies up for adoption, like a store or a World's Fair sideshow. To me, it seems clear that whoever first thought of this knew the history of babies being sold and presented at expositions around the world. There are even posters from the 1900s that show the exact same cabbage symbolism. So this is not a phenomena that was started in the 80s, but in fact these cabbages and their baby symbolism date back centuries, and they're part of our psyche. Where do babies come from? Oh, you came from the Cabbage Patch, dear.
The stork.
Oh, the stork delivered you. And other phrases like Mon Petit Chou are a testament to how deeply intertwined this narrative has become in our culture. The question is, did the 21-year-old Xavier know
More the
about
merrier.
this?
Don't be a stranger.
Obviously, it's hard to know for sure, but it really does seem like somebody knows what's going on here. I mean, babies being filled with
Power in
ampicillin?
numbers. Power
That's
in numbers,
weird.
guys. Power
Birth
in numbers.
certificates? I mean, this is a possible reason why these dolls are so successful. This underlying narrative of being artificially birthed and adopted is a part of our subconscious. So there's some strange nostalgic feeling of being able to adopt a doll
Let 'em know
as
we're
if it
here.
were a real baby. Perhaps some sort of symbolic method of getting the masses to participate in this action as if it were normal. A repetition of the past, perhaps.
Nancy Pink
If you haven't watched our videos on the topic, well, there is a dark history to the Cabbage Patch Kids. We've extensively covered this in our videos on our channel, but this connects with the Cabbage Patch Baby repopulation postcards and the first movie ever made. The Cabbage Baby postcards were surreal artworks made from the 1900s to the 1920 period, and they depict the farming of children in cabbage patches.
Nice.
Not only that, but the postcards also say that these babies were up for sale. Of course, the excuse is that, oh, you know, this was a time where it was very taboo to talk about sex, so they had to make up these stories. But I'm not so sure if that's the entire picture. Otherwise, why would these postcards make references to repopulation, baby incubators, and world fairs? These postcards seem to depict babies being sold as products. Was this a part of a time where people couldn't reproduce, so they literally had to buy babies? Or maybe they didn't know what they were? Or perhaps there was a plague of sterility? Well, it gets even stranger when you consider that the first movie ever made was La Fée à Choux by Alice Guy. This is known as the first narrative film, and it dates back to 1896. The 1900 version depicts a woman abusing newborn babies by pulling them abruptly out of these cabbages while she places them on the floor as they scream and cry. A very strange and creepy movie. And then in the 902 one, there was a midwife to the upper class, which is another supposed remake. This makes it clear that they were treating the babies in the same fashion as Babyland does. They were being sold as if they were dolls. They even had a reserve of babies that were being grown for these upper class couples who were acting as if they'd never seen a baby before. I wanted to take a moment to address some of the comments saying things like, wow, grown adults really don't know where babies come from. Obviously we know how babies are made organically, but what we're seeing is that it's not the only way, and that things like the artificial womb have been patented since the 1950s, so this isn't science fiction. Why would there be such a thing as an artificial womb? Why would it be needed? Especially so soon after an alleged baby boom. I don't know. Again, this gets into some much deeper materials such as resets and repopulation, but it's definitely interesting to consider that this history came along long before the 80s, and it wasn't an invented idea, it was a repurposed idea. Back to the tour. At first, I was worried that we maybe got here a little too late to see a live birth, but it turns out we were just in time because 20 minutes after we got there, a live birth was announced. So we stood there and waited for this live birth to happen. Now, I remember when I saw this as a little girl, I was completely enamored. Even though this new Babyland General is arguably, much better than the original, the small space and low light gave the live birth a much more intimate feeling, whereas this new setup it's just sort of out in the open, which is obviously fine, but I just wanted to note the difference between the old performance and the new one. So here's the video of the live birth, and before we check it out, I just wanted to say that if you're interested in supporting our research, last month we came out with our first ever book on this topic, The Cabbage Babies, Repopulation Postcards, and the First Movie Ever Made. It's a perfect coffee table book for you to have weird discussions with your friends and family with. It's a pretty thick book too, with hundreds of high-quality images, many postcards that we have personally collected and scanned ourselves, and it's pretty much a textbook. It's our first time doing something like this, and so far it's become a bestseller in its category, and it seems that everybody has been enjoying it. So thank you so much to everyone who has helped us out by purchasing it, and if you're interested in this kind of stuff, maybe consider checking it out. Anyway, let's get back to the live birth.
All vital signs are normal. If we have any gentlemen in our audience who might get queasy during this delivery, please go back to their father's waiting room and pace.
This one's moving. They're all moving. Well,
they're moving.
Loose, man.
Yeah, they started moving.
Oh yeah. Cabbage dilation, 10 leaves apart. Nurse Adelaide to delivery staff. Mother cabbage in labor. All staff code green.
Oh wow, look at the bunny race coming from the tree.
Oh.
Hi everybody, welcome to Babyland. How are you guys doing today?
Yeah.
Is this anyone's first time here? Woo! Yes. Alright, well there's no need to be nervous. My name's Nurse and I'm an LPN here at Babyland, and that stands for Licensed Patch Nurse, and I'm here to assist Mother Cabbage with this delivery.
Nice.
Now the way that we know Mother Cabbage has gone
We have
into
a delivery.
labor is the crystals at the bottom of the tree start to glow just a little bit brighter, and the bunny bees flying above my head sprinkle down a magic crystal pollen, and that's going to tell us whether we have a baby boy or a baby girl. So what do you guys have for today, boy or a girl?
Girl.
girl, boy, twins.
Twins.
All right, there's a little bit of both, so just be sure. I need you all to cross your fingers super, super tight. Put them high in the sky, and if you want a baby girl, say pink, pink, pink. And if you want a baby boy, say blue, blue, blue. All right, I'm gonna do a quick sonogram just to be sure. It does look like a happy, healthy baby. And with all that pink, it looks like it is gonna be a baby girl today.
Yeah!
All right.
All right, I'm gonna get her blanket ready for her.
I feel like I'm in the audience.
And then the first thing I'm going to do is give Mother Cabbage a shot of Imagicillin. Now, Imagicillin is not going to hurt or harm Mother Cabbage or the baby. It's just going to help to make sure that her leaves are nice and loose for a smoother delivery.
I need some of that.
Next, I'm going to give her an extra large dose of TLC. Does anybody know what TLC stands for? Tender loving care, that's right. And here at Babyland, we believe in giving all of our babies only the biggest doses of TLC. Next, I'm going to perform a procedure called an easiotomy. Babyland is the only hospital in the entire world that does perform this procedure. I'm not quite sure why, though, because I have always had really good luck, and I have never once had to perform a C-section. And for all you newcomers, that does stand for cabbage section here at Babyland.
Those things are scary.
Now I'm going to measure to make sure Mother Cabbage is in fact dilated a full 10 leaves apart. And she is, so we're off to a very good start. Now Mother Cabbage has already had a couple deliveries today, so she's feeling a little bit nervous and just a little bit tired.
I thought
so
John Wayne was like
take a deep breath in.
movie star, right?
And
like the actual John Wayne, right?
And all right.
Right? Movie
Yeah,
star?
he's a cowboy.
He's a cowboy, right? So is that him in the picture or is this someone else?
Yeah, that's John Wayne.
That's him. Yeah, that's him. Shout out to John Wayne in the chat.
That's the Duke.
Yeah, he's in the chat, dude. It's him. You see the picture? It's definitely him. 100% John Wayne.
He did.
That helped out Mother Cabbage so much that I think she's ready to start pushing. So on the count of three, I need you all to yell push as loud as you can, all right? 1, 2, 3.
Push.
All right, that was really good. I see a lot of.
I mean, he's before my time, but I know who he was kind of in my head. I don't know how I know.
That's what's known as a grant delivery, and you guys will be stuck here for a very long time.
I think people told
All
me.
right, one more push. I think our baby girl should be here. Ready? 1, 2, 3.
Push.
Up. We're having a delivery. Oh, it's a cabbage patch.
And here
yeah!
Woo! All right, I'm gonna wrap her up and tell you guys a few things about her.
Pass around the blunts. It's a black.
Now, the very first thing that I did notice is this baby girl was born bald, but that, of course, does not make her any less beautiful or less special. It just means that our interns got a little lazy last night and they forgot to fertilize her part of the patch. This baby girl is also born with some beautiful brown eyes and a little outie belly button where I gently clipped her for Mother Cabbage. And now this next part can be just a little bit embarrassing. So will you guys promise you won't laugh at her?
We're live on 2 channels tonight.
Just like
Boston
all
Ray
our babies
Mud
born here
Adventures
at
and
Babyland,
Boston
she has
Ray's
the famous
Slice of
Xavier
Mud.
Roberts birthmark
2
on her
channels.
little bottom.
We're mud mobbing on them, baby. Ooh.
All right, I'm gonna wrap her back.
Busy
up
night
before
tonight,
I take
too.
her over there to
Like,
Babyland Delivery
you know what?
Nursery,
We don't
where you guys
care.
can watch her get her
We're
very
going
first
live.
checkup. She
Me and
does
John
get
Keeley.
first and middle names. Do you
No
guys
one's
have any
slowing us
suggestions?
down. No one's stopping us. Me and John Keeley. Boom, baby. Right? Right, John?
And with this?
Boom.
Right.
We just fuck
Boom,
everybody else.
Mary Lee. Mary Lee?
We're cutthroat. We're cutthroat up here.
Oh, I like Mary.
Mud mobbing.
Alright.
Mud mobbing up
I'm gonna
here.
ask her what she thinks
Storm
about
is
those
coming,
names.
baby.
Are you sure? Okay, I'll let them know. She said she loved all those name suggestions, but she is going to go with the name Mary Amethyst, and with a name like that, she is sure to be famous one day. Now give this baby girl a big round of applause because it is her birthday.
I will. I just got to take one picture of this one. Nurse handcuff? Yeah, it is.
You're gonna back
Her
them?
eyes. Oh, give her a shot of vitamin K.
Gotta give the baby his back.
Wow. Yeah, there's more to it. There's a few minutes left. It's not much. I just want to see where this is going.
Good.
Yeah,
I mean, we've invested so much of our time in this video now. It would be a shame to just bail out at the end. We're almost there, guys. We're almost there. We'll do it together.
Okay.
they're putting it right out in plain sight.
Andy, if you want to come on the show, come on the show, dude.
Okay, we just got our little baby. Adopted our Cabbage Patch Kid. His name's Solomon.
Yeah!
Onesie,
Birth certificate.
and it comes with birth certificate.
Another
Hey,
death
LA Young, what up?
Eventually.
Doing good, doing good.
Hyaluronic acid for your hair. Elvive Hyaluron Plus Plump Serum.
LA Young, I said, I don't care who's on tonight. I'm going
It's
on.
weird that they have this thing called
this place up for
Imagicillin,
everybody.
which I guess is a quirky little part of
Imagicillin.
their lore, but still makes this
I
seem
need
like
some
some sort of
Magicillin and
artificial
I need some
generation.
Ignoritol.
Right above it was the hybrid bunny bees hanging from the tree. So they seem to be the pollinators of these Cabbage Patch babies, which to me is no coincidence because bunnies
Yeah,
and
it's busting
bees
my balls.
are
It's busting my
considered to be
balls.
fertility
Big time.
symbols. I did find it interesting that they implemented a lot of crystals and geodes and things of that nature. These crystals are supposedly made to glow only when Mother Cabbage is about to give birth. So these babies are on a mountain or in the wilderness, possibly near a cave. That's part of the lore. Right after we were done, we decided to make a trip to the nearby town of Dahlonega. And this is another place that I visited a few times in my childhood. Now, the reason we visited
that,
Dahlonega is because of the story of the Cabbage Patch
It goes
Kids.
way under the ground.
The villain, known as Lavender McDay, wants to use the Cabbage Patch Kids as her slaves to mine for gold. And if you don't know, Dahlonega is very famous for being a gold town. Their town's tagline is, "It's pure gold."
Nice.
I came here a few times
Pure
on
gold,
field
baby.
trips growing up, and going back is pretty surreal because it's not a
Dude,
place
that was
I ever
the-
thought I would visit again.
that was my
but
stripper-
everybody
that
here
was my
was really
stripper's
nice and kind,
tagline,
and
dude.
I found it interesting that our tour
Pure gold,
kept
baby.
mentioning the low height of the tunnels. Despite the myth that people were much shorter back then, it would have been difficult to even have grown men, even if they were shorter, working in these tunnels. Now, I'm not saying that everything that the tour teaches is complete fiction, but she did mention that there were children working in these mines. Miners were working here. Think about it, miners or miners?
Whoa.
I do think it's a little bit strange that the Babyland General is so close to these gold mines. It just seems a little too coincidental. Why did Xavier decide to build Babyland so close to where there was so much gold? Was it a conscious decision? It does seem like he grew up around there, as we were told by a local that his friend was roommates with him back in college, so I don't know, it's almost as if the lore was inspired by actual events. I just wanted to say that if you do go to these places after watching this video, to please be respectful. Everybody that we interacted with was so kind and helpful.
See, thanks to LA Young, Boston Ray is drinking 2 drinks tonight. Look, I got my coffee, which is necessary. Completely, I can't do this without it. And then I got my juice. Keep me hydrated. So, for the most part, I mean, why shouldn't Boston Ray be drinking 2 drinks? Like, why not? Like,
And just because they work there doesn't mean that they're willingly involved in hiding some deep dark secret. A lot of the nurses at Babyland General just seemed like young women who lived in town who wanted a job. And the same goes for the gold mine. Everybody there was just so nice and seemed to really have a
I
passion
don't see
for
any
what they
harm
do.
in it.
And just because we might disagree with the narrative that they're presenting does not mean that we are at odds with them in any way. I do highly recommend that you visit these places if you're interested in this kind of stuff because it's a fun little trip. I did want to mention that you know, we're very aware that Xavier Reynolds did hijack this concept from Martha Nelson Thomas. I do find the Xavier story a little fishy. That's all I'm going to say about that. There are many videos discussing the dark history of the Cabbage Patch Kids that seem to highlight the aspect of theft rather than exploring the history of the cabbage concept itself. There also seems to be a new movie documentary coming out. People have been commenting that YouTube is showing ads on our video for this new Cabbage Patch movie.
I noticed,
and make of it what you will, but it does
I
seem
need the
like
coffee, but like it dehydrates me when I drink just coffee.
Coffee.
So, yeah. So if I'm gonna drink a lot of coffee, I have a cup of juice on the side with the coffee. Tricks of the trade. Tricks of the trade.
like an attempt to cover up some of this new info, these new perspectives that are coming to the surface. The whole trailer seems to be inspired by this idea. They are calling it the $1 Billion Babies, which is supposedly, quote, captures the incredible true story of the Cabbage Patch Kids, leaving nothing untouched, including the fundamental dispute over who originated the idea. A little weird. Well, they don't cover any of this alternative history, as far as I know, which is suspicious, because at some point you'd have to think that they have to be aware of the early postcards and the Alice Guy film, but I haven't seen any mention of it by them.
When your phone vibrated,
it would make a great documentary, but instead the movie is focused on the dark history of capitalism.
So these are the postcards. Like this was an actual postcard. They had like these Cabbage Patch postcards, like this, like creepy as fuck, like little fucking kids, like realistic, like real pictures of kids growing in the Cabbage Patch, like, and they had the baby incubators at the World's Fairs.
And it's narrated by Neil Patrick Harris.
Like they didn't even have electricity in some of them, but they had these incubators that could keep premature babies alive and grow them. They had the technology to do that, but they didn't really have electricity. Allegedly.
A lot of people like him. Anyway, we hope you enjoyed that, and we have some more interesting things to discuss about these cabbage babies, but for now, that's Babyland General.
Yeah, it's like,
I would say overall it's a very strange place.
Yeah, nothing to see here, folks.
If it's not a
Just
hospital,
a baby talking
the
to a
whole
frog.
aspect of
A cabbage baby
going there
talking to
and
a
doing
frog.
this, you know, these
Move
pretend
along.
adoptions, it's a little bizarre.
It is.
But I can
that's
understand
all.
how, you know,
It's
to
meant to
children,
be.
it can seem like a lot of fun. I know I certainly enjoyed it when
It
I
is
was a
fun.
kid.
It is fun. It's great.
So let us know your thoughts and your comments, and if there's anything that we missed or
And put it up your ass and to the left. Thank you. Okay. So then we also have all right. So yeah, tonight, like I said, with Cutthroat. Let me see this.
Yeah, they didn't give us a whole lot of information there.
No, man, I don't know.
I want to see some prices.
All right. Oh, cool. I can hear myself. Good. All right. How you doing, John?
I'm good.
Hanging out. Who do we got here? Flat Earth Andy. Ellie Young. Dr. Evils. What's up?
Cool.
Ken
Who's
Rotman.
that Flat Earther?
Drew Duncan. Flat Earth Andy. Just checking. John Wayne. Let's say Ellie Young. All right. By the way, that's Ellie Young. We have is it here? Do I have a picture of it? Maybe I do, maybe I don't. Yes. Here it is. We have the LA Young signature. LA Young by Singe Man. LA Young design. It's like in the t-shirt shop. We have like all different stuff with different colors, everything. So look it up. All right. So check that out. Here we go. That means it's good.
What would
They have to
happen
edit
if
it,
today
YouTube.
we proved to the world that the Great Fire narratives all over the world are a massive, massive cover-up, proving that they were actually huge demolition projects, removing buildings that were built prior to 1776, and that the population of these massive cities were basically...
This guy has a theory that the Great Fires that we were talking about, I think it's how they might have found the place. He thinks it was them actually destroying buildings on purpose, like lighting fires, demolishing the buildings. He's probably right. But, there's something up with it, definitely. Yeah.
All those buildings, the remnants are all of brick and stone.
Yeah.
They burn.
That stone doesn't burn.
No. Looks like it's bombed or some type of frequency.
Bombed. Yeah, bombed, like what we were showing last night, right?
Where they get a frequency?
Zero. What if I told you that
frequency weapon? You think directed energy weapon?
Some type. Who knows?
Who knows, right? Well, we did a show about how they look like exactly from above. The Great Fires look like directed energy fires.
Oh, yeah. But it could get.
Yeah, Singeman designed it. The LA Young design, and he said, "Put this in the shop." And I said, "Really?" I'm like, all right, whatever you say. It's kind of like his outlet, you know.
Yeah, Singe got
yeah.
You got a few designs there.
He's supposed to be here right now, but who knows?
Today, after this episode, you will never think about the Great Fires the same way ever again.
Never.
What if I told you that after this episode, you will never trust the mainstream history ever again?
Ever.
I've been waiting a long time to share this episode with the world. Are you ready to have your mind blown? Are you ready to see what we found today?
Yes.
Chicago, Illinois. We have the 1871 Great Fire. A fire that destroyed everything, over 17,500 buildings, and only left 6 buildings supposedly, killing basically nobody. 0.0008% of people died. Humans cannot inhale smoke. Not only do we have to keep the fire physically burning the individuals in mind, but also just as dangerous and a major cause of death from fires are actually inhaling smoke, taking only 2 to 10 minutes to pass out or even die. Fire burns oxygen, so as a fire continues to be active, more oxygen gets removed from the room. Keep this in mind as we continue. Here we have photos of all of the buildings. The whole city was supposedly destroyed by a fire. If this is true, then more than 300 people of the 334,000 people would have died. Today, in my opinion, will be the end of the mainstream history narrative. Let's all take a minute and thank all of our Patreons that keep this channel going and help it reach new people every single week. Welcome to episode 59 of my lunch break. I hope you're all having a great day. And if you're new, welcome.
There's a YouTube channel called My Lunch Break. It's called My Lunch Break YouTube channel. You will get addicted to that.
Yeah, they're pretty good. We like them. We like them.
And I want to thank all of our sponsors over on Patreon. Thank you to FlatEarthDave.com. You can check out his app. I'll put the link in the description, and you can use my referral code, MLB. The app is awesome. It shows a lot of videos that are really hard to find. They've got them all in great playlists. He also has My Lunch Break on the homeschool section of the app, which is really cool. Thank you to Rebecca Kay, Don Gaston, Christopher Arietta, The Lady Lacey Show, David and Sherry Ferguson, Edwin Johnson, Chuck Templeton, Joy Lee, Leslie Pipkins, PNR, Stephanie Nolan, The Burlesons, Suez KC, Dan Woodall, Corey Franks, Dale, DJ Clicktrack, Edward and Brianna, Jacob Law, Jim Ribley and Christine Duggan, Kyle Glascock, Tim Rack, Two Spirit, William Richard Jeffries V, PKTFnews.org, Regna Saturna, Emerald H, 3D6.space, Attila Power, Buck Suey, Dakota Dunn, D-Rob33, Eric Martinez, Ivan Apoctoli, Jesse DeLeon, Jim Bro, Kit Kat, Todd K, Edwin Rice, Helmut, Charles Kruger, Daniel Zid, Antonio Kazievich, Glenn Gunderson, Pacific Crafted, Carla Fitzgerald, HaggardT-shirts.com, Meta, Jason Hochberg, Marie C., Roy Schoenholtz, James Alt, Dan McGee, Vince Moreno, Roz Matthews, Shiba Shaba in the Darkness, and all of the 17 had an what they're telling McGee. One of two things is more likely than what they're telling us, and more probable mathematically, where all of the buildings are destroyed, yet nobody had an issue getting away. So either there were more people that died than just 0.008% of the population, when all of the 17,500 buildings were in flames, than we're actually being told about, which would make a lot more sense. But this is not the narrative that we're told. And to clear this up, and to give this a much clearer perspective,
Whoa.
1871, where people didn't even have cars yet. They had to ride their horses or run around in order to escape this fire.
What the science is showing us is the universe appears to be alive. It appears to be conscious.
No.
So that is option number one. The other option is that the population simply wasn't 300,000 people like we're being told. And these cities were actually empty. And the previous civilization was erased. And it was time, more specifically, a planned time, to demolish most of their work. And they just absolutely shredded these 17,500 buildings with massive bombs and explosives to destroy the old world civilization's construction. Buildings that would have given this entire false narrative away decades ago. Destroying 17,500 buildings before anyone really even started living in Shalaga again. And this option, in my opinion, seems like the most logical answer. Because why would only 300,000 people already have 17,500 buildings in the first place? I think this point alone proves that we are being lied to, that the mainstream history is not truthful. Right after
Stop again? Oh, wow. They cut it off. Like,
Really?
Did you see that? What they did? Unbelievable. Well, yeah, I don't know what happened. It was just like, stop working, dude. I couldn't retrieve it. We'll get back to it.
But the ultimate and most dangerous test was a huge, specially constructed
and there's so many different ones. There's not more. There's not just that.
They
shirt.
were able to pull all the air out, create a big vacuum, just like we'd be on the moon.
The T-shirt shop.
That way we could test our suits to make sure there was no leakage.
One such test narrowly avoided disaster. Jim LeBlanc was the test subject in the vacuum chamber. Cliff Hess, the supervising engineer outside.
Jim, while you're exercising, I'd like you to stay intermediate all the time, okay? I'm pretty cool right now. Okay, well, you'll warm up here in a minute, so let's stay right here if you can stand it.
L.A. Young.
The testing started just normally, like they all do. And Jim was at a vacuum in the spacesuit.
That's the QR code for the T-shirt shop at the top.
With all the air sucked out, all that protected him was his pressurized suit. Then something happened.
There's a lot of cool
I heard over the headset
We're gonna put more
that he was losing suit pressure.
The tube pressurizing his suit had become disconnected. He was in serious danger.
There really wasn't any feeling. It was just happening so fast, trying to get the chamber back to a safe pressure and Jim to a safe pressure was inside the suit.
As I stumbled backwards, I could feel the saliva on my tongue starting to bubble.
Oh, someone's in.
Just before I went unconscious. And that's kind of the last thing I remember.
Essentially, he had no pressure on the outside of his body, and that's a very unusual case to get. And there's very little in the medical literature as to what happens when you have that. There's a lot of conjecture, that...
I wanted the show was going to happen, but it's all right. You're here.
Yeah,
So
man.
how you been? How you been tonight?
I'm good. I'm just trying to set up my controller system right now.
Nice. What are you doing?
I got my brethren Wayne Daniel here. We're gonna go live. I got my Mammoth Scepter. I'm gonna.
Oh, you're gonna go live on your channel too?
Yeah, man. We're gonna run some reggae music here in a few minutes.
Man.
Yes, sir. So I'm just trying to figure that out. I'll jump back on in a few minutes.
Hey, whatever. You could go live from your channel and then come in onto my channel and do both if you want. Like, you can. I'll put some of your stuff on here when you're in the middle of it. Jump back in and I'll put some of the music on and show everybody.
Okay. All right. Word. I'll jump back on.
All right. Good job. Praise Jah.
Yes, sir.
Hey.
All
right. He's freaking out of his fucking tree, dude. Out of his tree. All right. But what are we watching again? Oh, man. Well, check this out. Old world technology from history. Now, I don't know if it's real. Stop. Cool. Fair enough. I'll take it for what it's worth. How we doing tonight? Everyone hanging out still? Cool. Do we need to put out the link? Why doesn't anyone ever join our panel? Unbelievable. we have huge panels all the time.
Up again?
No, it's not. It's not. No. That was no. No, it was over. The video was over. What do we got here? There you go. Okay. Roman. No, that's pretty cool. There's a lot of cool things. Yeah. I'm trying to find something. World's Fair Death Ray. Yeah. You want to see that? Yeah, you want to see that one? Let's check that one out. World's. Yeah, I'm like World's Fair Death Ray. People are like, what? I'm like, I'm not impressed. You know what I mean? I see it every day. It's nothing new to me. You know, woohoo! Boston Ray, everyday business.
Hey guys. Today, we're going to take a look at a lesser-known history involving ancient technologies that you might think belong more in a sci-fi movie than in the dusty pages of historical text. We're going to be talking about ancient directed energy weapons, or DEWs. Sounds futuristic? Well, you'd be surprised to learn how far back these kinds of technologies actually go, and how they may have been hidden, dismissed, or even covered up over time. So let's get to it. So let's start off with Archimedes. I'm sure many of you are already familiar with his name. He's that ancient Greek guy that we all learned about in school, credited with inventions like the Archimedes screw and famously known for running around the streets naked shouting Eureka, which, if you think about it, is a really weird story, as if Archimedes was some type of figure made to represent the technology and understandings of a previous time encapsulated into a single figure.
As if.
But here's where it gets interesting. Archimedes is also often associated with creating an ancient death ray, a weapon that supposedly set Roman ships ablaze during the siege of Syracuse.
Yep.
This is a very well-known story.
Well known.
Yet,
everybody
when brought up today, this account is often dismissed as myth or propaganda. So what's going on here?
Very common story.
Could this story be more grounded in reality than we've been led to believe? And if this really was an ancient device that could melt metal, then what are the implications? Could it have been a tool for causing resets, eradicating warring nations, or even wiping out entire civilizations? Archimedes is famously credited for principles in hydrostatics and mechanics, exemplified by inventions such as the Archimedes screw, used for water irrigation, and mechanical devices like the Claw of Archimedes, which is accepted to have been actually used in ancient times, but for some reason, historians think that this ancient heat ray is too fanciful of a tale, and that it was debunked by Mythbusters. Even History Channel has a video on it, but they cover the good information and then say it's aliens, which is just a shame. Is it too far-fetched to consider that the ancients devised a way to amplify light for thermal applications? If Archimedes' other inventions were not only plausible but revolutionary, why would this particular story be a fabrication? Is it not within the realm of possibility that a genius who revolutionized multiple fields of science could engineer a way to focus sunlight as a weapon? Especially when we consider that modern experiments, while not universally conclusive, have indeed shown that focusing sunlight to ignite a combustible material is possible. So could it be that we're dealing with various interpretations or even lost variations of an ancient device? It's important to recognize that the understandings of optics was far from rudimentary in ancient times. The Greeks and Romans had a reasonably sophisticated grasp of lenses and light reflection. Moreover, text from antiquity suggests that Archimedes used burning glasses as part of his death ray. This opens up a whole new avenue, as are we not confusing burning mirrors with burning glasses? Two technologies that, although similar, are not the same. This distinction might be the key to understanding the blurry line between myth and reality in the Archimedes tale. It could be that what we call a death ray today was actually an advanced use of burning glasses or Fresnel lenses and mirrors, which had legitimate and varied applications in antiquity. Burning glasses have been a topic of fascination for millennia. They're essentially large convex lenses that focus the sun's rays into a small area, intensifying the heat to such a degree that they could start fires.
Singe Man is not coming in tonight.
And this isn't just
sleepy.
a legend. This is backed up by multiple historical accounts. Roman writers like Pliny the Elder noted the use of glass vases filled with water to concentrate sunlight enough to ignite clothing.
Sean Osborne's here.
Plutarch described a burning mirror at the temple of the Vestal Virgins. This temple was used to relight the sacred fire of Vesta, which was an eternal flame in ancient Rome. Quote, if it, the fire, happens by an accident to be put out,
make it anyway.
It is not to be lighted again from another fire, but new fire is to be gained by drawing a pure and unpolluted flame from the sunbeams. They kindle it generally with concave vessels of brass, formed by hollowing out an isosceles rectangular triangle, whose lines from the circumference meet in one single point. This being placed against the sun, causes its rays to converge in the center, which by reflection, acquiring the force and activity of fire, rarefy the air, and immediately kindle such light and dry matter as they think fit to apply." End quote. Aristophanes, the great playwright, even mentioned the burning lens in his play The Clouds as far back as 424 BC. Quote, Thepsiades says, "Have you ever seen a beautiful transparent stone at the druggist, with which you may kindle fire?" Socrates says, "You mean a crystal lens." Strepsiades says, "That's right. Well, now if I place myself with this stone in the sun, and a long way off from the clerk, while he was writing out the conviction, I can make all the wax upon which the words were written melt." End quote.
What will happen with this AI if the government will let it happen? It will bring the world to...
Another version goes, quote, "Under further encouragement from Socrates to slacken his thought into air, he imagines melting away the wax tablet carrying his indictment with a sunbeam reflected through a glass lens." End quote. Which is interesting because Plato compares wax tablets to human memory. More importantly, this reference comes about 200 years before the supposed dating of the siege of Syracuse. So let's be clear, ancient thinkers already understood that sunbeams could melt or burn objects when concentrated through a glass
share,
lens.
like, subscribe.
Also,
No, share it.
it's worth
Share it
noting
out. Let
that
people know
Fresnel
we're there.
lenses initially
while to
were
get
called
the
burning
going.
glasses, and
Wasn't
they
showing up
essentially
at
do the
first.
same thing. During our deep dives into lighthouse research, I've encountered numerous accounts claiming that the Fresnel lenses at the top could function as a death ray. Interestingly, almost all the original lighthouses had Fresnel lenses, but they've been conveniently replaced in modern times. There are even videos online demonstrating the formidable power of these Fresnel lenses. Are we really supposed to believe that this knowledge was absent in antiquity?
Wow.
So this apparent legend of Archimedes may be misunderstood because it wasn't until centuries after the event that it was discussed and contemplated by other Greek authors. The absence of contemporary sources has fueled skepticism.
Look at that. Let's look
it's
at
entirely
that.
possible that such groundbreaking
it
technology
wasn't. No.
would be kept under wraps.
My computer's
Just
done.
because a few Greek historians like
That needs to go
Polybius,
away.
Titus, and Plutarch had covered the Roman siege of Syracuse, yet did not mention the death ray, does not automatically conclude that it never existed. Could it be that such a devastating weapon was deliberately omitted from historical records? If we're open to the idea that Archimedes himself might be a made-up figure created to house the technologies of a bygone era, then the silence surrounding this weapon might be more revealing than we think. Another point skeptics often bring up is Diocles, born 50 years after Archimedes, who wrote a work called On Burning Mirrors. This is the first documented proof that parabolic mirrors could focus light. Critics point out that while Diocles talks about a
Looks like the fake
contemporary
sun
of
almost.
Archimedes, he never mentions that Archimedes built a death ray.
Oh, really? Stavely stream
Sure,
ended?
but let's not miss the forest for the trees here.
So more people was probably
Diocles'
not showing
entire
up.
work
There was a
is
lot of streams
literally
on
about
tonight.
how to burn things with mirrors.
Stavely had a stream on.
Plus, we don't even have the original
Strange
text,
World is
just
on.
translations and copies.
Joe
Interestingly, right after
Martinez
this
is
discussing
on.
burning mirrors, Diocles brings
seen a
up
bunch of people,
Archimedes
but-
in relation to geometry. Could
Well,
this be a
that's like-
hidden nod?
A mud flood.
Secret or not,
Completely different
Diocles
topic.
goes in depth about the
Completely
power
different
of these
topic.
burning mirrors and the nature of conic shapes. He confirms when a shape is curved into a parabola, it has enormous burning power. This is backed up by a 14th century encyclopedic work by Muhammad B. Ibrahim B. Said al-Akfani describing how the ancients used to make these mirrors. Some were flat surfaces, others made them concave. But it was Diocles who showed that parabolic curves had the greatest burning power.
Recordings
Oh,
just got
Melodone's on
better.
tonight too, and Stubborn Soul.
Hey, it's
Wow.
Dana from StreamYard. I'm
I
so
didn't know
excited
that.
to announce that.
So
are we to believe that
considering
just
all
because
those
there's
people are on, we're
contradicting
doing pretty good.
information, the
Post, share,
story's
like,
not true?
subscribe. Go
Or
mud
could
mob
it be
all
that we're
those
not getting the
chats.
full
Go to
picture?
the chats, drop
Let's
this link
consider
in
the Phantom
chat,
Timeline
and say
hypothesis for a
hashtag
moment.
mud mob. They'll
Why
know.
is there such a gap
They'll know.
between Arabic
Get 'em.
sources and ancient Greek authors on this matter? Could it be that stories of naked men running through the streets are exaggerated or even fabricated,
Brian's stream
adding
earlier?
to the inconsistencies in these
That was
historical accounts?
David Reif. He was
Interesting
on
to
fire.
note is
I
that
just-
more references to Archimedes and his death ray emerge about 400 years after his
I love him,
supposed
though.
death
I love
in
him.
mainstream timelines. These references are found in texts like Hippias or The Bath, attributed to Lucian of Samosata. Yet, within this disputed text, there's a direct nod to the story of Archimedes' death ray.
Too much.
Archimedes is said to have burned enemy ships using science. He doesn't explicitly mention a death ray, but this is considered an ancient reference to Archimedes using fire, combined with science or advanced skill
I got the Great
to
Fire
destroy
video
enemy
back too,
ships.
guys, by the way.
Now that's a big deal.
One
One could argue that this might simply be an innovative use of fire, akin to Greek fire, but then why didn't the author delve into more detail? Given that the subject of burning mirrors and glasses is ancient, is there a reason why this particular knowledge has been relegated to myth? The other two ancient references to this death ray come from a medical treatise by Galen. He states, quote, "I suppose that Archimedes is said to have set fire to the enemy ships using fiery stuff," end quote. But the translation is not 100% reliable. The Greek word used here is a bit of a puzzler when it comes to fire. It could refer to holy fires or fires associated with offerings, so the story gets a little bit more complicated. The next reference doesn't come until about 700 years after Archimedes. The skeptics often question, why aren't these events referenced in earlier sources? How can someone come in centuries later and speak of such a fanciful tale if so much time has passed since the actual events? This isn't definitive proof, but it does add an element of confusion to our perceived timeline of history. This next reference comes from the mathematician Anthemius of Tralles, who was attempting to decipher the method Archimedes might have used. He suggests that Archimedes could have set Roman ships ablaze using mirrors. This means that people knew of the story and understood the end result, that ships were burned from a distance. What they lacked was the specific method, technique, or properties needed to replicate it. Anthemius speculates that it might have been done using mirrors. His claims come from a manuscript titled Mechanical Paradoxes, which even has a chapter dedicated to burning glasses.
Wow.
Anthemius' speculation isn't just a shot in the dark. He appears pretty convinced that this method would indeed lead to a conflagration, a large-scale fire wherever it was focused. The narrative that we often hear revolves around the defensive use of this technology,
destroy a boat,
particularly against invading naval fleets. But what if its applications extended beyond just defense?
As a weapon.
What if it had other uses that were so impactful or potentially dangerous that very few details about its construction have been left for us to find? Skeptics see the varying versions of these tales as proof that they're fabricated, but I see it differently. To me, these discrepancies are not evidence that the story is false, but rather that it's a piece of lost technology. The accounts that we do have are likely attempts at reconstructing or rediscovering it. If there were no mentions of Archimedes using burning mirrors prior to the time of Anthemius, then where did he get the idea? So the notion that this was all just invented out of thin air doesn't really hold up. Let's remember, discussions of parabolic curved mirrors capable of focusing light into intense heat were occurring just 50 years after Archimedes' death. And these burning glasses and mirrors have applications in ancient Rome, even for something as mundane as cooking food.
We'll do the Google Earth thing.
This game,
at some point,
you're not.
So might it be possible that Archimedes serves as a kind of cover, a symbolic figure standing in for a lost technology that used a combination of curved mirrors and lenses? In 1973, Greek scientist Dr. Ioannis Sakis conducted an experiment using 60 sailors with oblong mirrors to focus the sun's rays on a wooden ship 160 feet away, successfully setting it on fire and providing modern evidence that Archimedes could feasibly have used similar technology. A concept also supported by today's solar furnaces, which operate on a parallel principle to achieve extremely high temperatures of 10,000 suns. What's intriguing is that referring to Archimedes' supposed device, the descriptors switch between burning glass and mirrors. It could be a translation issue, or perhaps Archimedes was actually using some form of lens or ancient magnifying glass to set ships ablaze from a distance.
Wow.
Though skeptics like Kepler and Descartes dismiss the idea as fanciful, its validity is affirmed by a host of others, like Diodorus Siculus,
taking my these are all drawings.
Dion,
no, there's a lot of
Zonaras, Galen,
old.
Anthemius, Eustathius, and Tzetzes. Tzetzes even went so far as to devise a method through which this could have been achieved using multiple mirrors. Reports describe that Archimedes' invention set not just one or two, but an entire Roman fleet on fire, reducing it to ash. So what are we really talking about here? Mirrors or burning glasses? The evidence suggests that it could be either or even both. It's well documented that the ancients were quite familiar with refractive burning glasses. Aristophanes even mentions them in his comedy The Clouds, and the magnifying properties of glass filled with water were common knowledge in Roman times. But let's go beyond ships. Could this technology have been used to set ablaze or even melt entire cities?
What do you
If
think?
so, it makes sense why such a technology would be
Kelly?
cloaked in secrecy.
We lost him.
Think about the Greek fire.
Oh, what do you think? You think
Another
they could have used
ancient
that to
weapon
melt
lost
cities?
time, which functioned essentially as an ancient flamethrower.
I don't know.
This technology was a
I mean,
tightly
maybe.
guarded
Fire.
state secret.
Yeah,
So if something like
They might
Greek
be able to
fire
light
was
a
kept under
cigarette or
wraps,
something.
you can bet that a death ray, a device
it
capable of
looks
setting
serious,
fire from an even greater
Look at that.
distance, would be far more confidential.
I mean, it's a
While there are
directed
educated
beam,
guesses
too.
regarding the composition of Greek fire, its exact makeup remains a mystery. Could it be that they were intentionally keeping advanced, potentially catastrophic technologies a
Hey,
secret?
Zulu 1. What up, man?
That may seem far-fetched, but there is evidence to
We're going
actually
hard.
support this claim.
We're still going hard
It's
on the
just that
mud
it has
stuff.
been labeled as a result of ancient aliens. Throughout Scotland, there are numerous ancient ruins that could have served as fortifications or even entire cities. What's intriguing is that many have been subjected to extreme heat, intense enough to turn the stone structures into glass. This phenomena is known as vitrified forts, and it's been thoroughly investigated by scholars. Originally thought to be unique to Scotland, similar structures have since been discovered in other parts of Western and Northern Europe. We're talking about massive rock forts like Dun Deirdre that have been completely melted. Built around 500 BC, some speculate that Stone Age people would have needed laser-like technology to achieve this level of heat.
Wow.
Could it have been some ancient superweapon capable of melting stone?
I don't know.
While fans of Graham Hancock and ancient alien theories are open to the idea that the ancients had
I don't know
technology
about
for
that.
melting stone for construction,
You think stone can
they
melt,
often
John?
stop
What
short
do you
of
think?
considering that such devices could be used for large-scale destruction,
I mean, bricks
potentially
can,
wiping out entire
Bricks can melt.
civilizations. Most of these vitrified forts are located in Ireland and Scotland. We're talking about castles that have undergone vitrification. These vitrified forts are sometimes referred to as raths, which mean fortress in Irish. Many researchers have entertained the possibility that this could have been an act of warfare,
Could've.
but that would require someone having technology capable of melting stone.
Yeah.
Vitrification occurs at temperatures exceeding 2000 degrees Fahrenheit and sometimes up to 3000 degrees,
Okay.
making it unlikely that mere timber fires could achieve this effect. Could the Romans have been involved? The timeline is suggestive. The Romans were at odds with the Druids
the
around
sun-
the time these
the
forts
sun
are
could
believed to have
probably
been
get hot
built,
enough to
and the
melt
dating
stone.
of these structures aligns roughly with the Roman siege of Syracuse. Maybe the story of
Not the
Archimedes'
sun
death
rays
ray
on
should be
Earth.
flipped.
You think
It
the
wasn't
sun
the
rays
Greeks,
on Earth are
but
gonna
the
melt
Romans
stone?
may have had such technology.
Maybe. Because the sun
If this
is within
didn't
the
occur,
firmament.
it's likely they would have sought to develop such a device themselves.
There are many more bodies like this in different bodies throughout the world.
Great. Aliens.
Vitrified forts
They weren't
be
aliens, though.
evidence
They weren't aliens. Those were Nephilim.
directed energy weapon? Used to
If they were real,
obliterate
those are
entire
probably fake
cities?
ones, but the real ones that they
This
find are
phenomenon
Nephilim.
is not limited to Ireland or Scotland. Evidence of similar melting effects can be seen in Turkey, affecting many
Yeah,
castles
let's
as
tell them
well
that
as
the
the
Nephilim were
geological
aliens.
structures in
Why not?
Cappadocia. Though Ireland is often associated with vitrified forts, this phenomenon also connects with Scotland, as many of these structures date back to between 1200 BC and 400 AD. The most well-known examples in Ireland are the vitrified castle near the village of Shantamon in County Cavan, and another in County Londonderry, Northern Ireland. Both forts are on private land, so you need permission from the landowners to investigate. The mainstream explanation suggests that these forts were built using timber and stone, and the timber was then set alight to fuse the stone. However, there's actually more evidence supporting the existence of Archimedes' death ray than there is for this particular
Pretty
construction method, which isn't mentioned by any ancient text.
No.
Isn't that worth considering? While several ancient references support the concept of a death ray, modern experiments have also proven its feasibility. On the other hand, no modern experiments have successfully demonstrated that you can melt stone in this way for construction purposes.
Mhm.
The phenomenon of vitrification isn't limited to Ireland and Scotland. It's a subject of study across the ancient world. Some researchers have even questioned whether the stones used in ancient Peruvian architecture were melted.
So
Perhaps this connects with the
they've been
Visby
studying
lenses,
vitrification
a
across the
collection
world.
of manufactured objects made of rock
That's some
crystal
research right there.
found in Viking graves on the island of Gotland, Sweden. These lenses date back to the 11th or 12th century and possess
Yeah.
surprisingly advanced characteristics like biaspheric surfaces and optimized
That's how
surface
the
profiles
how
for
the
better
dome
image
could
quality.
look from. You know what I mean?
Interestingly, most of these Visby lenses were discovered alongside Viking artifacts, but their level of craftsmanship indicates a knowledge of optics that, according to mainstream scholars, shouldn't have existed back then. It's speculated that these lenses could have been produced in Byzantium or Eastern Europe, but that doesn't explain how they ended up with the Vikings of Gotland, who were themselves entrenched in complex trade networks. Interestingly, the Goths of Gotland also had many sun rune stones as well. There have been suggestions that these lenses could have been used for magnification, the creation of telescopes, and even starting fires. Well, we do know now that there is compelling evidence that intense heat turned some ancient cities or forts into glass. The root cause seems to point either to warfare or some cataclysmic event. Intriguingly, medieval lore is rife with stories of enormous fires descending from the sky and annihilating cities.
Wow.
This kind of narrative isn't new. We've all heard of the biblical tale of Sodom and Gomorrah, where it rained sulfur and fire, akin to Greek fire.
Yep.
Lot's wife was turned into a pillar of salt, or vitrified. If it wasn't a death ray, some ancient cultures might have had the capability
My
to project
nickname was the
fire
Death
over
Ray
a
in high
distance
school.
and intensify its heat with specific mixtures. Moreover, in Homer's Iliad, gods often intervene by sending down fire in various forms to assist one side or the other. Ancient texts from China and India also describe what could be considered advanced warfare, featuring fire arrows and other weaponry capable of being launched over significant distances.
Wow.
Some argue that these could be embellished accounts of real historical events, perhaps involving some form of ancient technology or natural phenomena. Also, the concept of the camera obscura connects with this. Mentioned by Aristotle in the 4th century BC, and later elaborated upon by Chinese Moist and Iraqi polymath Alhazen, reveals ancient interest in optics and light manipulation. Shen Kuo, a statesman from China's Song's dynasty, was the first to clearly outline the relationship between focal points, burning points, and the pinhole camera in his Dreampool essays from 1088 AD. Then there are the biblical accounts, like the trumpets at the Battle of Jericho, which can be interpreted as a possible reference to ancient directed energy weapons. According to the story, the Israelites marched around Jericho's walls, culminating in priests blowing horns while carrying the Ark of the Covenant. The city walls then miraculously crumbled, allowing the Israelites to carry out a devastating attack. Is this discussing a form of ancient dew, potentially pointing to the use of acoustic energy weapons? This understanding has its roots in ancient cymatics, which was incorporated into ancient architecture for positive spiritual pursuits. However, it's possible that the same knowledge was also harnessed for more nefarious purposes, such as causing destruction. The Book of Revelation delves even deeper, describing the 7 seals, the sounding of 7 trumpets, and the pouring of 7 bowls, all leading to catastrophic events on Earth. For instance, the first trumpet causes hail and fire mixed with blood to rain down, incinerating a third of the trees in all green glass. Revelation 8, verse 7. These narratives might well be describing some form of advanced, possibly weaponized technology or phenomena rather than merely divine intervention. The idea of trumpets or directed weapons causing localized destruction is a recurring theme in various medieval manuscripts, suggesting there's some substance to these accounts. And burning glass technology isn't confined to just Archimedes. We should also distinguish between burning mirrors and burning lenses. For instance, Proclus, a 6th century figure, is said to have used such technology to destroy Vitalian's fleet during the siege of Constantinople. Alhazen, too, discusses burning glasses in his Book of Optics, which itself draws from older Greek works. Roger Bacon, the famous 13th century alchemist, also wrote about the capabilities of burning glasses among other optical devices. The fact that this technology was discussed by alchemists implies some level of secrecy or specialized knowledge. There are actually many alchemical engravings that depict these devices. Giambattista della Porta, the author of Natural Magic, also talks about the application of burning glasses. Engravings from the 17th century confirm that these lenses were used for practical purposes like starting fires, validating their existence and use around the 1650s. In the realm of optical studies, the correspondence between Welsh mathematician John Bulkley and Thomas Harriot in the late 1590s offers more than meets the eye. Bulkley's inquiry about a gargantuan planospherical lens, 48 feet in diameter, has been largely dismissed as the ponderings of an imaginative mind, but such quick dismissal may be premature. Harriot's extensive calculation about the lens' optical and burning properties indicate a level of seriousness that should make us question whether this was merely a theoretical exercise or an exploration into something more substantial.
Supercharge your business with the all-new Shopify.
Sponsored by Shopify.
Harriot's meticulousness in using both the sine law of refraction and interpolation from Whittelow's refraction tables showcases a scientist committed to precision. This suggests that he considered the concept of a large lens capable of burning objects from a distance more than just an amusing mathematical problem. Also, Harriot was not working in a vacuum. The idea of large burning glasses was a part of an English tradition of inquiry about optics, fueled by audacious claims like those from Thomas Digges, who claimed that his father's glasses could burn objects located half a mile away. Given Harriot's systematic debunking of Digges' claims through his computations,
everyone
that
that
Harriot
just
was
showed up, I'm
engaged
just
in a
kind of
fact-checking mission with the pursuit of keeping this knowledge secret. I mean, consider the timing of this dialogue. Harriot was investigating the properties of an enormous lens at a time when the interest in optics was rapidly growing, and when the field of optical weaponry has started to move beyond the realm of alchemy and folklore. His interest in a ginormous lens, therefore, could be seen not as a fanciful imagination, but as a deliberate probe into the boundaries of what was scientifically feasible, and perhaps what had been feasible in the past, but was lost or covered up for reasons unknown. Whether a cover-up or a lost art, the meticulous study of such a colossal lens begs us to consider what capabilities might have been understood and perhaps applied in a less documented age. Let's consider the significant contributions burning glasses made to science. They were used in the 18th century chemical studies for burning materials in closed vessels, contributing to important discoveries. Lenses like these contributed to the discovery of dephlogisticated air, what we today know as oxygen. Clearly, this isn't just some magician's parlor trick. This is a device that has fundamentally shaped our understanding of the world. The burning lens of the Grand Duke of Tuscany was used by Sir Humphrey Davy and Michael Faraday to burn a diamond in oxygen on the 27th of March, 1814. Yet, what's intriguing is that this technology isn't just lost in the tomes of obscure history or relegated to children playing with magnifying glasses. The scientific community, from the Islamic world to medieval Christendom, actively researched burning glasses. So if a device like the burning glass has such an extensive documented history, complete with a significant role in scientific discoveries, why are we so quick to dismiss its military applications, especially those potentially harnessed by geniuses like Archimedes? Is it not conceivable that Archimedes could have taken the basic principles of the burning glass and amplified them with his unparalleled understandings of mathematics, optics, and physics? The puzzle pieces are there, but perhaps it's the lens through which we view history that needs adjustment. Could it be that we're reluctant to believe that the ancients might have had a grasp on what we consider to be modern technology? Is it easier to believe that all the burning glasses and mirrors were nothing more than mere curiosities rather than potent scientific tools? The very terms directed energy weapons or DEWs carry with them a whiff of futuristic scientific fiction like mystique. And yet, as we've seen, the basic principles for these kinds of weapons were laid down millennia ago. It begs the question, if these devices were effective in warfare or other forms of power assertion, wouldn't it be advantageous for the ruling elites to keep these technologies a secret? The knowledge could be categorized as state secrets, reserved for those in power. In that scenario, mythologizing these tools would serve as an effective form of disinformation, keeping the general population in the dark while preserving the technology for exclusive use. And maybe most interesting of all, these death rays were used at the World Fairs, such as a device known as the Pyraleophorus showcased at the St. Louis World's Fair in 1904. Created by Portuguese priest Manuel Antonio Gomes, aka Padre Himalaya, the Pyraleophorus wasn't your average burning glass. Instead of using a single lens, it employed a concentric parabolic array of mirrors to focus sunlight to a single point. The device could heat materials to an astounding 3,500 degrees Celsius, sufficient to melt various metals and rocks. This was not only a spectacle, but a showcase of what could be achieved with concentrated solar energy, attracting so much attention that it won 2 gold medals and 1 silver medal at the fair. Padre Himalaya wasn't taking any chances with his groundbreaking invention. He went ahead and patented the Pyraleophorus in multiple jurisdictions, including Britain under patent application number GB19-011-6181 and the United States under patent application US 797891. Clearly, he saw the commercial or even military potential for a device capable of such heat concentration, going far beyond the realm of scientific curiosity. The fact that the device used a clock system to rotate its mirror array for continual sun alignment shows a level of engineering sophistication that raises questions. Given the era, the capabilities of the Pyraleophorus certainly pushed the boundaries of what was considered possible at the time. It makes you wonder what else might have been in the works in the early 20th century or even before in terms of solar energy concentration and optical
It reminds me of the
weaponry.
fake sun.
So this was the magnum opus of Padre Himalaya, a mechanical solar death ray oven that made a huge impact at the 1904 Universal Exhibition in St. Louis. Not only did the contraption win the grand prize, but it literally could reach temperatures of almost 4,000 degrees Celsius. Imagine that a device made in the early 1900s, made from an array of mirrors connected to a clock system that could melt basalt rocks or any metal known to mankind, powered only by the sun. It consisted of 3 main components: a cap of crystalline material to receive and concentrate the sun's rays, an oven, and a complex clockwork mechanism to adjust the device position according to the sun's movement. It even had a system to change the materials to be melted automatically. The sheer scale of the St. Louis model was astounding, featuring an 80-meter parabola composed of 6,177 reflecting mirrors and standing 13 meters high.
Alright.
What's a Wawa?
Just go in.
My nickname in high school.
Some garage invention, it was a technological marvel that attracted global attention. What's even more interesting is that after achieving all this, Father Himalaya's Pyraleophorus was stolen from a warehouse in the United States where it was stored. While he was offered significant sums and even citizenship by the US, he refused to part with his invention or change his nationality. His invention could have had myriad applications, from industrial melting processes to energy production, yet it was supposedly lost to history. Father Himalaya didn't just focus on solar energy inventions either. He also built an early geoengineering device in 1913.
Wow.
So, the concept of weather manipulation isn't just the stuff of science fiction. It's been experimented with for over a century. Despite this historical evidence, many people still find the idea of manipulating the weather far-fetched. Yet, Himalaya was working on a solution to this very issue more than 100 years ago. A multiple cannon system developed to make it rain. And yeah, you heard that right.
Make it
a
rain.
rain-making cannon. The setup involved a polygonal arrangement of cannons that could be fired simultaneously, sending explosive charges into the sky. The intent was to create both vertical and horizontal disturbances in the air, colliding clouds and thus triggering rainfall. As outrageous as it sounds, initial experiments in the Serra da Estrela area claimed to have produced actual raindrops. So, the system worked. They say the process was too expensive and that firing enough explosives to influence weather patterns burned a hole through the entire budget. So despite its potential effectiveness, the technology was shelved. But I'm not so sure if I buy that story.
Yeah.
And the story doesn't end there either. It actually gets into post-World War I, where rumors floated that the Germans had stolen Father Himalaya's plans to develop a cannon falsely called Gross Bertha or Wilhelm Geschütz. Also, it may be pronounced Per Heliophorus or Per Eliophorus, because there are some different versions of the name that you will see as you look into this. Perhaps it's been changed, but this concept wasn't overly complicated.
He was a fat, little, stout, chubby kid that sat in front of me at class.
This concept has been around for thousands of years.
I know.
Diocles discussed the powerful burning capabilities of parabolic mirrors long ago, and there was an interest in creating large lenses. Essentially, all that would be needed is a contraption that could focus sunlight at a specific point through a large mirror or burning glass, essentially functioning as a primitive directed energy weapon, or even a rudimentary laser. So were lasers truly invented only in the mid-20th century? Or were similar devices known to ancient civilizations? If such a device existed that could melt objects or set fires from a distance, was it ever used for warfare? Could it have been used to destroy ships, or even entire cities, erasing them from the pages of history? What do you think? Did the ancients possess such a technology? Is nothing new under the sun?
Don't ask me.
Let us know in the comments.
You.
And all we can hope is that our mind.
You know what I'm saying? Like he leaves the end like that. Like he's asking you the question. It's like, dude, you tell me. I just watched your whole video. You fucking serious? All right, here we go.
1,500 buildings in the first place. I think this point alone proves that we are being lied to, that the mainstream history is not truthful. Right after this 1871 fire, they tell us that they just cleaned the whole thing up, and all these other brand new buildings are magically here again. For example, like we discussed in episode 58, the second Palmer House was completed just 4 years after the 1871 Great Fire. So we can see that the mainstream narrative has a ton of issues and flaws. It is becoming story hour. It's not factual information like we deserve at this point. And these questions that we're asking are just opening the floodgates for the truth to come through. We also have the Temple Building to compare the Great Fire information to. The Temple Building was the tallest building in Chicago. You know, the building that was owned by the Orient, which still meets today. And it also holds the narrative where the primary designer of the building and the primary representative, both of them, not one, both, died during the construction, which we have seen so many times. Where we also know from episode 58 that they moved to the new in 1926, where it's time to take this up a notch and really start to put this whole thing into perspective, and also go even deeper than we did in our last episode, because there is so much more to this story that we didn't cover yet. When the new building supposedly replaced an even earlier venue on the exact same site. So what happened to the first one? It opened in November of 1903, when the fire broke out 1 month later, in December of 1903. 1 month later, during a performance, and caused 602 deaths, and ranks as the #1 worst theater fire in the United States, even to this day. For nearly 100 years, this fire was the deadliest fire in one building in US history, now being #1. And get this theater was supposedly fireproof. 1 month after being opened, it burns down. This is incredible. And we have seen this exact story before from our St. Louis episodes, when they say that the fire started due to lighting the curtain on fire. So this curtain starts on fire, and the fire exits were locked or hidden, which sounds like a planned opinion. Even if this wasn't a event, let's think logically here. In 1871, during the Chicago fire, when 17,500 stone and brick buildings were magically burned to the ground, even though we know that stone and brick does not burned to the ground from house fires, which is why you have stone and brick fireplaces inside your living room. And everyone all over the world remains extremely calm, and your neighbors don't seem to mind either. It doesn't and never will spread to their house or to the basement. It won't make your house look like a bomb went off. And I guess I should say don't try this at home, but come on, you get the point. Do you think that it's possible that they possibly by chance might not have been able to escape their homes? Or they were maybe up too high in one of the buildings to escape? Do you think that a group of people may have had some trouble escaping their building? Do you think that it's possible that more than one of the 17,500 buildings somewhere in Chicago that look like they were exploded might have crumbled on top of someone? Or is it even possible that maybe a single issue might have came up anywhere, like this theater did, where the door was jammed? They say that the Chicago fire started at 8:30 p.m. Do you think that maybe some people were sleeping and didn't realize there was a fire until it was too late? Were there possibly some individuals that had a broken leg or were disabled? Was there not a hospital with people in it that possibly couldn't escape the smoke? And if they did, where did everybody go? The fire was supposedly engulfing the roads and spreading to the next building. All 300,000 people would have been burnt to a crisp if the mainstream history tale was true. It would have been one massive bonfire. Yet,
hey, want to know how I got this $50,000?
Yeah, I want one. Mail me mine. Thanks.
Survived. My point is, how is it mathematically possible that one building kills 600 people, yet 17,500 buildings kill 300 people? At which point does everyone understand that we are being lied to, and the mainstream history from only 150 years ago is a lie? So how can you believe something that the same people are telling us about from over 1,000 years ago? And how can we believe anything that we're being told by this group of people that lie constantly? Nearly every single one of these great fires happened in the 1800s, right after the 1776 date, which was when the USA began. The main great fire that predates this 1776 date falls on 1/6, which is the London Great Fire, which is where the USA originally came from. And I'm guessing, based on all of my research, that this date of 1/6 is a code and not a real event. Because I'm about to take this thing to a whole nother level from this point until the end of the episode. And we are going to destroy their narrative. So I hope you all have your popcorn ready. It's time to make our own history. Here we go. The Great Fire of London in 1/6
you'll see what I got after
destroyed 13,200 houses.
This is just the beginning.
87 parish churches, the Royal Exchange, Guildhall, and St. Paul's Cathedral. 13,200 houses. So there must have been thousands of casualties, right? 6 people died in the Great Fire of London. And this is when we know we have found something huge. When we go to New York, where they had...
Is that for a GoPro? It must be, right? Why would it say GoPro? Let's see. Upgrade. Oh, you got to pay for that. All right.
The Great Fire of New York, destroying 700 buildings. And which year was that in again? I forget. Can somebody clear this up for me? Am I right? Or am I definitely right that this operation worldwide began in 1776? Okay. The Great Fire of New York happened in 1776, holding only 2 deaths, covering 700 buildings. 2 people died in the entire Great Fire of New York. 700 buildings, and only 2 people in 1776? So what's the total at? We have 1 building in Chicago holding 600 deaths. I have shown 3 great fires so far: Chicago, New York, and London, with a total of 308 deaths that have a total of 31,490 buildings destroyed.
This pot was edited. Oh,
this is impossible for 31,490 buildings to be engulfed in flames, with basically nobody dying. 308 deaths to be exact. If you trusted the narrative before today, this day will be the final day that it is trusted ever again. Because in 1916, Paris, Texas also had a great fire where it destroyed everything in its path besides people. because it destroyed 1,440 old world buildings, where only 3 people died, moving the total old world buildings that were destroyed up to 32,930. 32,930 buildings gone. And could you imagine what these buildings, what these cities looked like, with the mainstream narrative admitting that these buildings were all here and now they're gone. So again, 32,930 buildings are gone, with a total of now only 311 deaths, making this extremely clear that we are being lied to about something. Either the death totals were actually way higher than what we're being told, or these cities were basically empty. I've had a lot of people comment that they want me to include Canada and incorporate it into my research, and I can't wait to do that.
I have it
right now. Toronto, Canada,
Good.
You're up. You had a great fire in 1904, destroying over 100 old world buildings. We know these were built by a much more advanced previous civilization. Buildings that would make zero sense in our fabricated mainstream historical timeline, where we are given a massive fire, destroying everything in its path with a total of 0 deaths. Nobody, not a single person, not one person inhaled too much smoke for 2 to 10 minutes. In a great fire that took down over 100 buildings. In 1852, we are given the Great Fire of Montreal, Canada, where it left 10,000 people homeless, when 57,000 people in 1852 had hundreds of buildings, which isn't logical at all, or isn't mathematically probable in itself. If you think that Donkeys Incorporated saddled up in the early half of the 1800s and knocked out massive cities for only 57,000 people, I think it's time to reconsider what you've been told. When within a few hours, 1/4 of Montreal was destroyed, and yet again, nobody died. Nobody. Destroying almost half of the city's houses. In 1852, they all evacuated perfectly and ran to safety.
If you like our show, support us. Join the channel. Join the channel, because we are monetized and we have members. We have members-only content, custom emojis. Support us any which way you can, because we need it.
Everybody? Not a single person had an issue? Do you understand what it would take for a fire to spread from house to house rapidly? We all understand that this fire would be massive. I know I'm being brutally honest, but a lot of people would have died. This would have been extremely catastrophic. This would not be a case of 0 deaths. In fact, it would have been nowhere near 0 deaths.
Look at that.
And we all know this. This narrative of 0 casualties is simply not the true history of our past.
Whoa, it goes all the way up. Let's see that. Let's see what that was cool.
It would have been nowhere near 0 deaths.
All right, so that is what? Is that ground level? No, that's still, because there's walls. I don't know if that's walls in the back, so, but it even goes deeper than that, right? That's a door. Maybe it was a tower.
And we all know this. This narrative of 0 casualties is simply not the truth.
Then there's another door right there, and look, there's like dressers in there and shit like that was somebody's room.
True history of our past, where we are also told that 1,100 houses burned down. Nobody had an issue getting away from these fires. Not a single person. Fires that supposedly swept the streets to spread to the next house over and over in 1852. How were they just escaping the situation? You would think that somebody would have died from inhaling too much smoke. Now, this tells us 1,100 houses burned down, but leaves out the buildings. So let's just estimate that it was around the same as Toronto, adding another 100 buildings to that 1,100, moving the total buildings destroyed from these great fires to 34,230 buildings destroyed and only 311 casualties. And remember, there are hundreds of great fire narratives that happened in a city near you. The mainstream history is suggesting that we are supposed to believe at this point that 110 buildings have to go down in flames for us to record 1 death.
I feel like something's coming. In 2024,
No.
your life
No.
and your business.
No.
If this was one death per 22 buildings destroyed in these great fires, we would be at a much more realistic death total of 1,555 deaths, which is 1/5 the amount that we're being told. When realistically, it should be flipped. We should realistically have less death today per building than they would in the 1800s, since we have cars, phones, proper firefighters, and the rest. To say that 0 people in the 1800s died from a great fire that swept through the entire city, leaving the end result looking like massive bombs went off multiple times, is mathematically impossible. This is not a realistic narrative at all. And now that we have looked into this, compared it to other situations, shown factual evidence that they are lying in all of this, I want to give my opinion on what happened. I think that the population worldwide was basically 0 in the early 1800s. And I'm going to go into great detail on this in an upcoming episode. And this episode is basically a setup to lean into this topic of the population lie. But I think the previous civilization's population around the world before 1776, I would say 100 years prior to 1776, based on the condition that these buildings were in. It would put it at around 100 years, realistically. It couldn't have been thousands of years. These buildings would have just been a mess, just from the nature growing all over it and inside. But I believe the worldwide population in what we call the 15 or 1600s was massive. I believe that the technology was much more advanced than what we have today. And we are given back a very small percentage of this technology and told that it's brand new. And we all get excited and believe it. We are told that we are advancing when really we're just going around and around, getting the same exact technology as last time, or less than the previous civilization. And this is all based on control. The fact that they wrote these fake stories and made it so blatantly obvious that they are fake, saying that 0 people in massive fires, destroying all of their homes, all of their buildings, over and over and over. It really makes me think that they were just waiting for somebody to find this information, like it's some sort of test or some strange game, because it really is just so obvious once you see the lie. Now knowing what we know about the Great Fires, I'm going to cover a few more things that should just completely hammer it home for everyone here. First, let's say thank you to all of our badge members, all of our Patreons, and every single subscriber. You're all awesome and really helping grow this channel every single week.
Boston Ray Slice of the Mud. The majority of people are over here on Boston Ray Mudfoot Adventures. So if you're watching on Boston Ray Slice of the Mud, come over to Boston Ray Mudfoot Adventures and talk to them. All right.
Helping share this information with brand new people every single day. Here we have the Great Fire of Detroit in 1805, which was 29 years after the USA came around, and also 29 years after the New York Great Fire in 1776. Notice, nearly all of these great fires are happening after that date, and they tell us that nearly everything was destroyed. But yet again, nobody died. Where it starts in the stable again, and yet again, not a single death. Everything is destroyed. Nobody died. And this reminds me of the repeating narrative, where they tell us that everything was built in a year perfectly, over and over and over, all over the world, by a guy and his donkey riding team, with no power tools, no machines, no training. The stone shipping company coordinate the delivery right on time. The mud trails in the rain were never an issue. The freezing winters, they just told them to get over it and toughen up. And they get the whole building or cathedral done with no issues, done in 7 months. This kind of stuff is so repetitive in just a different way. These narratives hold patterns, and this is one of them. These fire narratives are all connected, and I don't personally think that they were fires. I think they were bombs and explosives. They were deliberate attacks on the old world buildings to hide our true past, our true history, which is exactly why we are all so confused as to where we are and what we're doing here. I really hope you all enjoyed learning about these great... Oh wait, what is this? Detroit only had 600 people during this massive Great Fire? What did 600 people need hundreds of buildings for in 1805.
Yeah.
Well, the math doesn't lie,
They
and it
only
never
had
will.
600
These
people in their
600
population.
people
They
did
had all
not
those
build
buildings.
these buildings.
No.
And I was going to end this
No way.
episode
That's
right there, but I just want to make sure
That's a
this
good
is not a debate at all, and an episode that everyone can remember. 1916 Phoenix Great Fire, 80 buildings destroyed, 1 death. Miami, Florida, 1901, 2,368 buildings gone to the fire. Only 7 deaths from thousands of buildings. Only 7 deaths. Houston, Great Fire of 1912. The fire claimed 0 lives, but caused an estimated $7 million in damage to property, equating to $237 million today. And nobody died. I hope you all have a great rest of your day. I'll be back very soon with much more. See ya.
So, like, I was looking on Google. Look, we have the Great Fires of Wheaton, the Great Fires of Toronto, Great Fires of Walpole, Great Fire of London, Great Fires of the Great Lakes.
They got Montreal.
It's everywhere. You're just gonna look it up. Look, Antiques Roadshow, Appraisal, America's Great Fires. Like, dude, it's everywhere. I don't know. So, yes. How we doing? Who do we have here? We have Kenneth Rotman, Sean Osborne, coming in at a cool 60 degrees. You are now listening to Smooth Jazz on The Quiet Hour. Play some Kenny G. Kenneth Rotman. My voice is raspy because of Nancy! She's always making me yell like that. She just, I just talk to her like normal, nicely. No movement. Just nothing. It's like talking to a deer in headlights. But if I like that, she gets things going. So thank you for showing up. Thank God you've arrived. Okay, so what else we got? Let's see what else we got. Whoa. Is your phone, dude. Your phone's hot.
Yeah,
hot.
That's my charger.
Yeah, I felt that thing hit. It felt like it hit me in the fucking head, dude.
My charger.
Yeah, I get it. Timeline begins in 1800. Let's check that one out.
It seems like when it started.
No, what do you think? What do you think? Timeline begins in 1800. What do you think? Yes,
or 1776. I don't know.
Well,
actually, they got it all messed up.
You'll see. Look, was it the White House? No, Shanghai Banking Corp. All right, let's go.
What happened in the 1800s, and why does this rock look like a person? Most of these incredible buildings were supposedly built in the 1800s. People didn't know how to do anything for hundreds and thousands of years until our amazing society showed up. Is that true? Or are we getting an ego boost to distract us from the truth? History tells us that we are the greatest. And we are, right?
I'm the greatest.
Well, that building is amazing, but we're still the best. Okay, that building is even better. What is that? Wait, they had wireless energy? What is going on? Fine, I'll admit it. The mainstream narrative is lying. What a great way to get people to believe the narrative. Tell them that they're the best. Who is going to question that? I guess some like us will, but the majority won't, for now. We look around and most of these incredible ancient buildings were taken over by banks or the USA. The USA and banks were both created, and what do you know?
Yeah.
Right after that, we get all these brand new inventions. If we had these buildings in the 1800s, there's no doubt they had technology that is also hidden from our history. Other types of technology other than just building. If this timeline is planned, then all previous history is false or extremely altered.
If this
I
is
gotta-
true,
hear that? I gotta answer
and this
the bat
isn't the
phone.
first time the car and the light bulb were invented, where are we? And when was the first time it actually was invented? How long ago? What are the odds that the stock market is created 16 years after the USA is formed? What are the odds that the USA is formed in 1776 and 16 years later the stock market comes to be in 1792? How does that happen? And why do both of these things get all the great buildings? Have you seen photos of this building? If you've watched any of my previous videos, you will know that this building was found, claimed, and repurposed. Absolutely incredible architecture. 12 years after the stock market's formed, we have the first train. What are the odds? So these people needed to get around, right? So in 1804, we have the first train. In 1817, the first bicycle was created. So a servant to the Duke of Germany made the bike. A servant. This reminds me of the stories where the prisoners built all the Capitol buildings. What a joke. Nothing happened for hundreds and thousands of years, but in the matter of like 20 years, we got the USA, we got the stock market, the first train, and now we got a bike. And this is just crazy. Of course, we have to wait a long time now, till 1863 for anything else to happen. What torture. 1863, soccer was created. They had no games before this. Nobody played any games. No fun, no getting around, nothing.
Nothing.
For thousands of years.
Yes.
No fun.
Nope.
Finally, we have some fun in 1863, and we have the first phone in 1876. So you can see we're getting some fun, we're getting some toys, we're doing some technology, we're introducing it to the community once again, in my opinion. That same year, 1876, we got another game created, the Major League Baseball. So now we have 2 games. Now things are getting fun. So the mainstream narrative can't figure it out. They don't know where baseball came from. They say maybe from a game called Tutball, Stool Ball, Flanders, Rounders. They just don't know. Then in 2005, someone wrote a book called Baseball Before We Knew It. And they don't know what the heck is going on. Honestly, it's embarrassing for them when you really read what they're saying and have open eyes. People are starting to use trains and bikes and phones and sports, all in the matter of a few years. Go figure. Nothing happens for thousands of years, but as soon as the USA opens up, everything starts happening. What are the odds? It's starting to rain here, if you can hear it. I'm sorry. In 1878, the first light bulb. So now we've got electricity. 2 years after the phone, we are pumping this stuff out. Guys, I mean, we got the phone, we got the light bulb. People are just brilliant in this time period, huh? Creating games. Should we mention the electricity story where Thomas Edison flew a kite with a key attached so he could electrocute himself? I bet you they wish they wrote a better story for that one. Oh wait, what? Only 8 years later we got the first car? This is no way. If you believe this narrative, if you believe that everything just happens at the same time and nothing happened ever before this, then I'm sorry. This is not possible. 1895, we got the first power tool, okay? No more chisels, we have tools. Just incredible what's happened in these last few years. What were people doing in the 1400s? They must have been bored with no lights, no cars, no nothing. What were they doing in 2,000 years ago? I have no idea. I mean, oh my gosh, they must have been hiding in a cave, if you believe the mainstream.
Look at that. Wow. We don't build anything like that now. Is that even real? Can we even build that now with what we got? Can we? They said they said they built it with a horse and buggy and chisels. Do you believe it?
Well, that's all we had for transportation.
Do you think they chiseled that?
No way.
Extreme narrative. Well, 8 years after the first power tool, we definitely need to start flying a plane.
What up, Tobin?
Right?
Welcome back.
So in 1903, we got the first plane. Let's just start flying these things around. The Wright brothers were so smart. Their mom must have been so proud. The first airplane flew 852 feet on its 4th and final flight, supposedly. But get this, it was damaged while landing. And minutes later, a powerful gust of wind blew it over and wrecked it. Couldn't write that any better. It had to get blown over by wind. And then In 1920, the NFL was created. So we've got tons of games, tons of tech. We are just going. Our society is the best ever. I mean, you'd think that all of this would be created over a long period of time. It just comes right out, right after the next one, right after the next one, right after the next one, because 7 years later, in 1927, we get the first TV. People are making cars, planes, trains, TVs, power tools, electricity. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. But of course, the USA, the government, and the stock market were first. They were before all of this. Right before all of it. Not way before all of it, just right before. Right before. In 1936, we have the first computer. So now we have TVs, computers. I mean, what's next? 1946, the NBA started. So basketball starts with the most ridiculous story of all time. They started the game of basketball with a peach basket and a soccer ball. You know, all of us, we all just make games on our free time with peach baskets that turn into multi-billion-dollar industries. And in 1983, the internet was created. Just incredible. This timeline is so short, yet you've got everything you need, and you had nothing before this. How do you go from nothing to everything? It doesn't make sense. If you believe that, like I said earlier, there's nothing I can do. There's nothing I can say. If you really believe that we've gotten everything all in a matter of 200 years, then there's nothing I can say. This is proof, in my opinion, that they had all this stuff. They know how to run a society from scratch. They implant it right into our society after a few years, and here we are today. If this timeline was in court, the judge would laugh and tell them that this narrative is absolutely ridiculous. I hope you guys enjoyed this video. Please like, subscribe, and comment below if you have any other things that just you could add to this timeline. I'm sure there's more incredible inventions within this time frame, but I hope you guys like this video. I'll be posting a lot more, and I hope you guys have a great day. I'll talk to you guys soon.
Great.
See you later.
See you later. Enjoy it. Bye. Here's one. Ooh.
We Googling?
Yeah, we should, huh? I was just thinking that, but I got something else too. Why did they just go to that though? Yeah, here we go. Okay. I'm taking a quick break and then we can get to it. I need a quick bathroom break.
First and foremost, we'd like to thank Jah, our mothers, for giving birth to us in this wonderful community. We love you. Jah bless.
Rasta Bear, why'd you leave me here? I'm so sorry. What have I done to you? Rasta Bear, why'd you leave me here? Just like Tommy, what have I done to you?
The earth is flat, man, I'm calling up Batman. We waking up the people and bringing it back, fam. The earth being flat is a provable fact. It's time to let them know how we know that. Water always finds its own level. Believing in the globe, you're worshiping the devil. Thrust and combustion don't work in a vacuum. It's a pressurized system, just one little crack through. They tell you it's fact true, but nobody asked you. It's garbage, a crapshoot, belongs in the bathroom. What type of sun-lapse footage do you got? The sun goes away and turns into a small spot. Dinosaur bones or crushed chicken bones. You might as well shut up and listen though. It's disinfo and misinfo. It's a mission to keep the public misinformed. Come on.
Rasta Bear, why'd you leave me here? I'm so sorry. What have I done to you? Rasta Bear, why'd you leave me here? Just like Tommy, what have I done to you?
when you're weak and your knees will bend. You got me wheezy and sneezy and easy then. I'll try to get some sleep again. We pretend we didn't know where we would end when we began. Even more when your days are too long and your life is boring. Looking in the mirror, telling yourself it'll be better in the morning. It was like wholesale and a half sale and half sale and a wholesale. Until you got so confused you wound up saying no deal. Hey, nice merch. You got a promo code? He just put the chat on slow-mo mode. And man, I just don't know no more. Rasta Bear, why'd you leave me here? I'm so sorry. What have I done to you? Rasta Bear, why'd you leave me here? Just like Tommy. What have I done to you? Now sing it with me, come on. Rasta Bear, why'd you leave me here? I'm so sorry. What have I done to you? Rasta Bear, why'd you leave me here? Just like Tommy. What have I done to you? Great stuff. Great stuff. All right. So what you say? You want to get into the Google Earth? All right, let's do it. Google Earth.
Yeah, check out Montreal.
Montreal. All right. Yeah. Okay. We're going to Montreal tonight, guys. Montreal Izzy. Where was it? Get this out of here. Leave that up. Okay. Here we go.
Where the trailer park kids live.
We'll get to this. We're gonna get to this. Hold on. Yeah, we'll get to that. The trailer park kids. Oh, that's where they live? Okay.
No, I'm asking where do they live?
I have no idea. All right, Google Earth. All right, Montreal. Montreal. Is it a city? It's called Montreal? Okay, let's do it. Let's see.
Canada.
Take us in. Can you see it? Can you guys see it? All right. Take me in. It looks like, you notice how it looks like computer grid?
Oh, yeah. And there's a...
Well, first of all, I want to show you guys something I noticed about Google Earth real quick. It's kind of obvious, but okay. So you see how, like, once you get down to the ground level, it looks more real. Like, watch. But then when you go back out, when you go all the way out, all the way back out, all the way back out, all the way back out to outer space, and you look at the globe, it's a cartoon. It's a cartoon. Yeah. So where does the reality and the cartoon become real and blur the lines where people can't see it, that the globe is fake, right? And they can't show you, like, you would think, I don't know, whatever. But, here we go. I digress.
No, fake all the way. Still fake.
Yeah. All right, let's do this. I'm dropping my member down. Bring me down to Montreal, baby. I feel like I'm Neo in the Matrix right now. All right. What are we doing? We got the Montreal. I haven't seen buses in a while. This is how it was in Boston. This looks like Boston.
They got raised streets there. They built the city like two stories high.
Okay, let's look down the street. Okay, what do we got? I figured out how to use this last night. There's a crane. Oh, we got some construction. Let's go over there. Let's try to get over there. How do I do it? Oh, whoa. Slow down.
I see in construction. There it is right there. Look, there's a construction worker. It's like calling me. I wonder if there's a way to make this go full screen. Hold on. Yeah, right here, perhaps. Well, let me go back. Does it look bigger? No, right here. Does this look bigger to you at all? No, not. Yeah, it does. Okay, good. Much better. $500. We're in Montreal, guys. Now, keep in mind, this is just like, this isn't real. This is like, snapshots. They claim it's like, it's aerial snapshots over time. And they just put them together. I'm going slow because if I go too fast, it gets wonky. Excuse me. Wonky. Look at that thing. Montreal, Canada, eh? We have any Canadians in the chat, eh?
The Great White North.
Quebec. That looks like Antiquitech, but it's not. It's just something that looks like that. Oh, man.
Isn't Alex Trebek Canadian? Or was?
Yeah. That shit. All right, where are we going?
Look for the City Hall.
City Hall? Oh, I can find City Hall. Montreal.
Or the library.
Let's see. City Hall or the library? All right, let's see. Montreal, Canada. City. Oh. Sean, your nickname was the Plowshare in high school. You remember that? All right. Montreal City Hall. Come on, drop me in. Drop me in Montreal City Hall. Montreal City Hall. All right, it rhymes. All right, let's go. Montreal City Hall. You ready?
Yeah.
Hold on. Oh, look at this. We're inside. Whoa, we're right inside, dude. Look at the ceiling. So we got the honeycomb ceiling for the cymatics. All right. We can't go any closer. Wow. Not bad, John. Good call. We're in Montreal City Hall.
Skylight?
It's pretty fancy, dude. Whatever it is.
Are those skylights?
Yeah. No, skylights? What do you mean? Like to the sky? No.
Up there on the ceiling.
But look how big those friggin' windows are. No, they're just lights. They probably filled them in there. Look at the clock. Fancy. Fancy pants. Fancy pants. Whoa, look at this dude. He got in there. Dude, he's like hiding. He must have seen whatever was taking the picture. Look, what a trip. What a trip. He's laughing and he's looking. So he must have seen whatever had the camera that took this picture. It must have been some kind of a robot. Dude, it's creepy as fuck, though. Look at that. Come on, dude. What is that?
Looks like Ewald when he got a little
great.
older.
I figured out how to control it better now. Come on, let me go through it. It ain't gonna let me go any further. That's the thing. It's gonna let me stand here, I think. That's all it's gonna let me see. Yeah, it's pushing me back. Oh, if I hold it in, maybe. If I hold it in, it lets me go. Let's see. Oh, I'm outside now. Okay, it was struggling. Ghost sign. You see that? Up there on the left. That's the perfect example of what we call a ghost sign. Clues of the past. So if you was able to build this building right here, would you just slap a paint sign on the side, or would you build a sign that was like equally as good as the building, or would you just go and paint your name on the side of the building? It's almost like graffiti. It's almost like, graffiti. It's like, this is my territory. This is my building. I'm writing my name on this shit. Because they founded them.
Yeah.
The buildings was here. They were empty. It's like, all right, I'm paint my name on this so people know it's mine. Stand your own ground law. Stand your own ground law. So look at this. Wow. That's a good one. And we got the fountain right outside. So we got the living waters underneath. It probably goes through all these buildings. Look at this one. Yep. That's an old Victorian under construction. The facade is cover it up though. Look at that. They cover it up. You ain't gonna be able to get near it. What's this do? Figuring it out. Name of the game. All right, so whoa, different view. All right. I've had enough of Montreal. Let's see.
Yeah.
Let's switch it up. Where's the since it's working pretty well tonight, what are we getting? Who we got in the chat? Okay, where do you guys want me to look? Where do you guys want me to look? Put it in the chat. We'll wait. Give me some places. Give me some places to look up. Where do you want to go? What do you want to see?
Daughter Barbara.
What have you heard about in the mud flood community or anything, meltology, desert, anything you want me to look up? You want to go and see what it looks like. Put it on the stream. Yeah, toroidal field. The Earth is a toroidal field in the middle, around it. You're right, Bob. Finally catching on. That's why the shape is kind of really like a donut, but not really, but more or less because the toroidal, field.
Well, it has a globe shape too, a ball shape.
My nickname was Ball Shape in high school. I'm waiting to see some names. Where do you want me to look up? Come on. We have 10 people watching and I can't get no input. Wow. How many of you does it take to screw in a light bulb?
6, 5.
Do you see anything? Coming up yet? I'm giving. We must be on some kind of a delay by now. But, so I'm giving them a second. To tell us what they want. If not, we'll just look up something. Yeah, Bob. Yeah, the toroidal field that comes from Mount Meru. Mm-hmm. You want me to show? I can look into it and show you.
I wonder if that's like an iron mountain, like they say.
I think it could be a projector too, and the Northern Lights, the Aurora Borealis, comes from it. So that proves it's there. Southpaw. No.
Yeah.
Oh, St. Louis. All right, thank you, Southpaw.
Check out the art.
All right, St. Louis. Let's do it. St. Louis. All right. Bringing it in. Bringing it home. Bringing it back to the South. The motherland. Here we go. All right, we're in St. Louis. Oh, wow. Look, we're right next to them. Dude, these buildings are everywhere. Look at this one. What is this, John? A library? What do you think? College?
Oh, Where'd it go?
Oh, you guys don't see it. Sorry. Thanks for telling me though. Always staying on top of me. I'm here though. I'm here, guys. There you go. This is in St. Louis. I dropped myself down. Whoa, why is it blurry? Wonder what was there that blocked the camera. Look at the size of those doorways. Whoa.
Looks like a castle.
Oh, come on. Too fast, I guess. No, that's as close as it's going to let me go. Unless I hold it in. Is that what it was? That's what she said. No, it's pushing me back. It's like, back up. So, I don't know. It's pretty cool. All right, let's move around.
Where's the art?
The art?
Yeah.
Why is in there? Oh, all right. Let me see. I'll have to back it up then. Let me see. Well, I just lost it. What was that? Copernicus? Image Landsat Copernicus. This by Copernicus. This by Copernicus. You're a piece of shit. All right. Oh, we had some good songs.
You didn't even want that paper published.
All right, what do we got here? I just dropped myself down someplace else. Look at the bricks. Big ass brick warehouse. Pretty old. We got cameras everywhere. Look at the top up there. There's something up there with like pillars on it. No, that's a different building behind it. Sky's nice and blue. Oh, I'm stuck. Sorry. All right, let's move down the street. Move along. Oh, there's another ghost sign right there. Look at the size of those windows, too. All right, move along.
Yeah.
You can see, what was there before. No, it ain't going to let me move. Come on. Oh, there you go. Okay, well, that's easy. That's easier. Let's see. What did I just... No. Okay. Oh, you know what else I need to do? Make it big. Right. Yeah, that'll be bigger. There's one. Moving along. No, let me go there. Why? Only lets you go certain directions. Not the easiest thing to maneuver, this thing. Walnut Street. Oh, look at up there at the top of that building. The pillars, you see it at the very top.
Yeah, what are they doing?
It's like a pyramid almost, but cut off. Something's up there. Look at this. United States. That's a big building. Way up. Here we go. All right, well, I guess we can go this way. Look at this one on the right coming up. This big one on the corner here. What's this? Monstrosity doing? It's a castle, dude. That's a castle. 100% was a castle. Oh, look at the scrub shot too. See that? Let's see. Let's get over there if we can. Right there. Those things, they should say something on them. But everywhere you go, they like don't have nothing. Like it was whatever it said was taken off. Right here. That's what that is. All right. All right. Did you see any other people throwing in any other cities in there? We can literally look any city up. What do you guys think? No. It's an old brick. Oh, here's the highway. Here's my bus. It's my ride.
Yeah. All right.
Oh, I'm going around the block. Look at these. Look at this doorway. This one's weird. It's like gray and red. Mm-hmm. Get any other cities? Anyone want to throw in a city? Oh, look at this. Move that way. Yeah, you can see it pretty good on there. It's pretty cool. Yeah, it is. Look at this one. This one goes under. Look, you can tell. All right, so look at this building. That's the ground level, right?
Okay.
That's the ground level. But look over this fence right here. They put a brick wall up, but over that brick wall, that goes down, dude. Those windows are low. You see that? The top of that window? Let me see. Let me look over there. You see what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's it. Look. Watch. You see? They put that fence up there so you won't notice that wall. And then look, as you walk along, it changes. It doesn't stay level. This is a giant castle. Did you see any other buildings? Any other cities in the chat?
Wonder what that tower is right there.
Which one? This one on the side?
Right. That electrical tower?
I know. I was looking at that too, but I don't know. It's probably just a stupid power plant. Yeah.
Yeah.
You'll see what happens if you go up on the highway. It's like Grand Theft Auto. It's like Grand Theft Auto all over again. I got a good vantage point from up here. Then I'll jump off the friggin'. Then I'll jump off the thing. Let's see. Where does the Mudfoot turn into Grand Theft Auto? Mudfoot researchers. Look at this. So I'm up on the ramp and I'm going up, and you can see that building pretty well. I'll take the scenic route. You know what I'm saying? It's my claim to fame. Claim to fame and fortune. I want to be filthy, stinking rich. One day.
It's an old bridge.
Oh, there's a U-Haul without the dash. It's U-Haul now. It's always been U-Haul. No, I don't know. I forget. It might be the other way around, actually. But I'm not gonna look it up. I just don't have the stamina. My nickname was Stamina Rex in high school. Oh man! Did you see any other ones? No one cares enough to put a city in the chat. No one's like, "Hey, I want you to look up my hometown." Nothing. I'm not really paying attention. But...
Someone got Fort Myers.
Fort Myers. Okay.
No,
okay.
That's Fred Meyer. Never mind.
Oh, where's Fort Myers anyway?
It's Fred Meyer.
Oh God! All right. You know what? I'm coming back.
Let's go to Myrtle Beach.
Chill for a minute. I'm gonna play a video. I need to take a break. Where is Tartaria? Tartaria, best evidence. That was fun though. Not too much. A little bit. Small increments.
Welcome to the Restitute Orbis
Everything
channel.
in moderation.
We've looked at many wondrous structures across the land and the realm, to include the state capital of Utah and the state capital of Pennsylvania. All these structures and the ground that we're flying over right now have tremendous architectural capacity and wondrous geometric precision. And yet in today's exploration, we're going to be focused on looking exactly at the structures that remain, the hard evidence of Tartaria that remains to this day, that you can go visit anywhere in the land.
Are you just a dream, Merlin? A dream to some. A nightmare to others!
We begin by looking at the National Palace in Barcelona, Spain, built 1926 to 1929. Yes, another one of these wondrous structures that was built for an international exposition, because what else would it be? And they managed to churn this one out in 3 short years in Spain in the 1920s, a very impressive accomplishment. When we look closer at the dome and the supporting towers, though, we see the very intricate detail, and this is certainly not a temporary structure, as it is still standing and you can still go visit it to this day. So, in those aspects, it seems to be very different, or an aberration from what we typically come across with these structures built for expositions or exhibitions or whatever we want to call them. The great World's Fairs, though, always seem to have a particular aesthetic, and you can see it in this image with the way that they're lighting behind the building. There's awfully something interesting about this image, although I'm not going to jump to any speculation about it, it's just intriguing. Looking at a more contemporary image, we can see that the building still retains its exhibition status, and no doubt it appears as though that's the way it's still used. You can see the details of the construction, and for some reason I'm reminded of the Union Station in Kansas City, and the way that building is now currently used as an exhibition hall, especially for the championship showcase of the Kansas City Chiefs. Looking on the interior, though, we can see that there are aspects of construction that indicate that this is permanent. Look at how well constructed this dome is with all the columns, and then the effort put in the artwork. And recall that this was all completed in 3 years for this international exposition. You know, it never ceases to amaze me how whenever we have an exposition we can pull off anything in a very short amount of time. Now, yes, it was the 1920s. Technology had come a long way from the 1800s, or so we're told. Even these columns we're looking at right now, they try to tell us that these are not actually full alleged columns, but these are merely visual columns, and that they're simply facades. Well, they're holding up quite well if that's the case. Yet on the interior, we see much more ornate and well-decorated columns, as though more effort were put in on the interior of the building. And oftentimes I question why it is that we tend to gloss over the interior of the building, whether it's the mainstream or some of us, when we get into the joy of looking at the exterior of all these great structures, we tend to overlook what's on the inside. Of course, on the outside of this particular structure, no attention to detail has been spared, as we can see the ornate, what will be told are carvings or formations. How exactly was this done in the 1920s? And certainly there must be somebody out there amongst the viewers who has a grandparent that was somehow involved in the construction of this, and by all means I invite you to comment. Let me know what the second or third hand account that you have from your grandparent who participated in the construction of this. And I am not being sarcastic. I would really like to hear this account, because this is quite a stunning piece of architecture, and we are lucky that we still have it, because most of these structures from World's Fairs, exhibitions, we're always told are temporary. Does this really look like this was ever meant to be a temporary structure? No.
The underground piping work at the World's Fairs proves that they weren't temporary.
Certainly not. And even more impressive that they could produce this in 3 years in Spain in the 1920s. And remember that the 1920s was that time frame between World War I and World War II, and it occurred right before the Great Depression, which afflicted the entire land. Some very intriguing artwork on the inside of this palace, and it is certainly well worth the title of palace. For whatever reason, I'm also reminded of the way that it compares with all the great state capitals that we've looked at across the United States. And yet this is in Spain, and this is something that they managed to produce in the 1920s. The interior is no less astounding, where you can see some of the arches and the columns and what we looked at with the decoration.
It's great.
And
we
it
have two
also
channels
has a
going.
very impressive
Awesome.
organ.
Boston Ray Mud
Why
Fun Adventures,
exactly does it
Boston
have
Ray
an
Slice of
organ?
the Mud.
Well, you know how I
Come
like
over
to
to
focus
Boston Ray
on
Mud
what
Fun
exactly
Adventures,
the
that's
real
where everybody
explanation
is.
is behind the organs, and maybe they just wanted some interior music, or it was perhaps just a final touch. But when you look in closer at the detail on the interior, you can see that there was clearly a lot of effort put into constructing this incredible palace. It's been modernized today, of course, and we can see the touches of modernity that came about with what will be told is urban renewal, but you can still see the original construction that endures to this day. So perhaps that's the heartening story with this particular palace in Barcelona, is that it retains a lot of its natural charm. And I would certainly like to go examine this in person. And if you are in Spain, I certainly encourage you to see the structure in person, because there are a lot of unique intricacies in it that defy the simple explanation that this was truly completed in 3 years. I mean, maybe it was, but if we really were able to do something like this in 3 years, we've lost a lot of capability, haven't we? Spain is such an interesting place with many examples of varied architecture, and we can see many examples of the old world that still survive to this day in many of its great cities.
And look, every city has that main capacitor piece, just like I said, the dome building with the Antiquitech, just like I said.
However, there are also other signs that they have embraced the concept of urban renewal. Well, I guess everyone has the choice to do so. Let's move on and look at the Palace of Mafra, moving over to Portugal right next to Spain. And this was built 1717 to 1755, and I put the question mark behind it because we're going back in time, and yet for whatever reason it seems like we have even greater capability. Well, of course, they didn't bang this out in 3 years. It took well over 30, and so that will be the explanation for how they were able to do it. We're informed that King John V of Portugal, in a bout of piety, decided to build this wonderful palace, convent, basilica. We basically give it every title that we can. And looking at it, you can see why. It really is everything.
Yeah.
It feels like it's one of the great capitals that we'd see in the United States. It feels like it's one of the great palaces in Europe. And then why not throw a convent in it as well? Because you need to have all these explanations for all these functions to actually have a legitimate background for this building. Otherwise, people might be asking questions that they shouldn't. And oddly enough, we see a combination of so many different architectural styles with this particular palace. And we have the two tall towers. We also have a very ornate dome with the portal windows, wondrous cupolas, and fine detail. But we have to look a little bit closer to really appreciate the intellectual and geometric genius that clearly went into the construction of this particular palace. Because when you look at it from the ground up, you can see the way that all the lines seem to intersect and run together. This is a fine precision example of wondrous construction that was done in the 1700s. Now, of course, the explanation for anything in Europe is that they have a longer history, and so they just simply managed to build wondrous palaces like this in the great cathedrals there over time. We even go so far as to say that we had a lot of examples of this great architecture that were actually transported to the United States, such as in Hearst Castle, and that's how we explain the wondrous structures in the United States that managed to match the wondrous structures in Europe, even though they have hundreds or thousands of years more of history in Europe.
They brought like pieces of buildings from Europe, parts, and constructed them into other buildings here.
Crazy.
That's crazy.
At least from the current civilization that exists there. Looking closer, though, you can see that this is another...
Europe is much, much older, so, like, they could have came from anywhere at that point.
One of these structures that has different appearances depending on the light. And it really comes out when looking at the pediment and the columns and then these particular towers.
It's not that it's much older.
And looking at these towers...
Like, the Native Americans were here, and there was shit here, like, way before them, but, like, you know what I mean.
Towers, I am reminded quite a bit of Hearst Castle. And yet this is a palace that far exceeds it, especially in size. Looking at some of the interior, what will be told are cloisters, or whatever you want to call them, with the many arches and the balcony. And then you can also see how the wall and the coloring on the construction material seems to alter a little bit. There's also one of those great rotunda turrets or towers there to the left. And I think that's what gives this structure so many unique appearances. We have some older imagery of it, indicating that it's always been there, but this is still a palace that you can go visit in Portugal today.
Like a small city.
And you certainly won't be disappointed because just appreciating its aesthetic beauty and the geometric precision behind it, something that we just don't see for whatever reason with our modern steel and glass constructions. But once again, appreciating the very foundation and the roads that run around this wondrous palace are quite amazing. Again, recalling that this is the early 1700s when they started construction on this, and they didn't finish it until the mid-1700s or so, we're told. How exactly did they pull off all the detailing on these towers? And then, of course, you can see the front entryway with the raised stairs. Once again, this seems to give impressions of an almost science fiction appearance behind this palace. And I'm almost surprised that this palace hasn't appeared in any of the more prominent science fiction movies.
That's how it works.
I mean, just think, George Lucas could have used this palace as a practical example for the palace on Naboo, right? Okay, no more references to the prequels.
No.
But looking at it from every angle and every perspective, you can see that it's an impressive structure, whether you're looking at it from a great distance or up close and personal. And I think that's something that really gives us an indication that we're looking at an old world structure, because you can always see its beauty. It stands out on the landscape no matter how far away from it you are. Yet when you get closer and you look at the precision layout of many of the stones or bricks or whatever the exact composition, the material they used for constructing it, you get the impression of something that is far more advanced. I mean, are we to really just accept that they had armies of people? And yes, of course we are, because this was the king who ordered this in Portugal, and every effort of the nation went to constructing this impressive palace. The interior with the library, and yes, they have quite a fine library in this particular palace, is no less impressive. And you can see with some of the rotundas, the arches, and the domes that they just throw out everywhere on the interior. And of course, they're all well decorated. And we see many of the examples of impressive architecture that aren't even emulated today, let alone constructed on the scale that we're told was achieved back in the 1700s. And indeed, even looking at the ceiling here and seeing some of the wondrous detailings that go in the arches and the indentations and all the effort that they put into this. Now, of course, the explanation will be given is that it took several decades to complete this wondrous edifice. And because it was a project of the king and it was because of a bout of piety, therefore all the effort that was put into it fully justifies it. Of course, there were many other structures that were being constructed simultaneous as to this one. And always when we look at it, yes, you can't have a library unless you have a very well-decorated balcony and many wondrous adornments. Otherwise, how are you actually going to know that it's a library?
Yeah.
Indeed, looking at the impressive decorations on this library, it suddenly makes me feel that many of the great Carnegie libraries just aren't cutting the expectation that we have for standards. What exactly is going on here? Look at these wondrous displays with the beautiful figures on every single display, all to decorate a library. Now, of course, the explanation is it's because it's for religious purposes. Well, let's head over to India to look at the Palace of Winds. This was built in 1799. Now, the exact construction history on this particular palace seems to be a little bit less detailed, but yet the construction of this tremendous edifice seems to be far more detailed than we can possibly imagine. Now, we've looked at a few structures in India and Southeast Asia before, and once again we see the same detailings of geometric precision. And in this particular live footage, looking at the exterior, we can see that we have a series of domes, and we have many domes.
In a second, I'm actually taking my lunch break. Taking like not even a 10-minute break to eat something. But we're gonna keep going. We're gonna keep going hard tonight. So, because we're on 2 channels, so it don't really matter. Support the stream. Support us. We need it. Let's go.
Domes that
I'm gonna let this play though while I take my break.
Actually integrated within the wall. Very advanced construction and wondrous capability that's being displayed here. Once again in the 1700s, albeit in the later 1700s. So perhaps they had some great advances in India, and they were able to achieve building this palace during that particular time frame. Looking at different perspectives, though, you can see that for whatever reason, there do seem to be similarities in terms of the construction material and how they compare with the previous palaces that we looked at in Spain and Portugal, respectively. You can see that some of the towers in the very center aspect of this particular palace, or you can see that many of the details, though, are very apparent in this particular palace, and we have to wonder and consider what exact construction efforts were required to complete something like this. What were the actual details of planning and construction, and how exactly did they support it logistically? I know we're not supposed to ask questions about logistics, especially when we look at the interior. We see something quite otherworldly when we look at the interior of this Palace of Winds, where we have many different colored windows and different arches, and a series of arches underneath an arch. Wondrous decoration, and again, advanced construction capability that, once again, we do not try to replicate on a large scale to this day. In fact, the only thing you'll see today is something done on a very small scale. Maybe a single display within a room. Now, perhaps you're thinking, you just need to go out and walk around and look a little bit harder. You need to look at one of those modern skyscrapers, and you'll see something like this. No, that is not the case. Skyscrapers are made out of a completely different material. There is nothing, and there is nowhere, and there is no one who is trying to build a structure like this today.
No.
Now, some people say that some of the modern temples or some of the modern churches that are being constructed might compare to this. And maybe so. But it seems to be that the comparison never matches up, especially when you look at it a little bit more closely. You get an idea of quality and endurance in these true, bona fide old world structures that defies the imagination. There's also the fact that anything we try to construct to this day does not have this enduring property behind it. But I do have to wonder, what's the real story behind this structure? Is it what we're given, that it was something that was simply built in the late 1700s in India as yet another palace? Or is there a much more intricate story behind it? Is there aspects of its construction that completely exceed anything that we can begin to imagine? Whatever its origin story, it is a wonderful structure that you can still visit and interact with today, and you can prove that it's there physically. There's a lot of footage that shows all the wondrous details, and I would certainly recommend that if you have the means, or if you find yourself in India, or if you are in India, that you visit the structure and appreciate its full beauty. I'm truly impressed by all the domes and all the little towers that we have mixed with the arches. I think that's what gives this structure a very unique appearance. And oftentimes it's the structures that are unique and even stand out from the other wondrous structures. And there's no shortage of incredibly beautiful towers and palaces and other examples
Thumbs
in
up,
India.
post, share, like,
even with
subscribe,
that, this
support.
structure still manages to stand out, which is one of the reasons why I selected it. Even looking at the many hallways and the alignment of the arches and the fine detail within the palace. And once again, though, there's all these little domes that they managed to construct within it as well. So something that seems extremely advanced, and something that, once again, we don't really try to do anywhere at any point in time. And wherever you walk within the structure, you can't help but be overcome by the aesthetic beauty that you see. I'm still amazed at the coloring in a lot of the windows, and I think that's something else that we seem to miss in our contemporary era architecture, is that we don't have the wonderful coloring. We don't have these images that we're looking at right now that really are pleasing and relaxing to the mind. Typically what you'll get are a lot of hard right angles and a lot of shiny reflective glass, especially if you're walking in a modern city. Now, maybe you appreciate that, and if you do, that's completely okay. But I kind of miss the fact that we used to have this in our structures, although when exactly it happened in our chronology is certainly up for debate, because I find it a little difficult to believe that we managed to pull off all these structures within a short amount of time. Although the history of any particular area we supposedly have well documented, and just so long as you don't compare it histories, then you won't have any issue, you won't have any conflicts. Look at the little towers and domes right here next to the more detailed tower off to the right, and compare and contrast what you see. And what's the exact construction material that was used on this? Well, anywhere else across the land we'll be told it's some sort of limestone or sandstone, and we're oftentimes informed what our limitations of concrete are. And elsewhere, this isn't the Palace of Winds, but these are other examples within India of some of the incredible interiors that they have, and I just thought I would showcase them real quick, showing the advanced construction knowledge that they clearly possessed at some point in time. And the coloring behind this is just stupendous. And looking at the interior here, you can see that there are many different examples of not only advanced architecture, but also advanced decoration, because it seems as though this is something else that we don't really want to put the effort into. And of course, we have our usual array of reasons for why we don't put effort into construction and architecture to this day. And usually that explanation is, it's just simply not economically viable to build in a manner like this. Indeed. I mean, why build in a beautiful manner of something that's going to endure for hundreds or thousands of years when you can just throw up something that's a lot more temporary, and also something that you can get a lot more contractors and have some wonderful subsidies on. Well, let's move on. And now we go to Illinois to look at the state capitol in Springfield, built 1868 to 1888. And this is one of the great state capitals that we haven't looked at closely on this particular channel yet. Quite an incredible state capitol that they have, and it should be noted that this is the 6th state capitol in Illinois. So much as Chicago has 7 city halls, the state of Illinois has 6 state capitals. Here's the first one that was originally in a small village in the middle of the Mississippi floodplain. Yes, this is where we're told the very first state capital of Illinois was built, and this is what it is, a very modest house that was eventually swallowed by the waters of the great Mississippi. Kaskaskia, if I'm pronouncing that properly. And originally we're told that Kaskaskia was a town of 7,000 people, but the Mississippi flooded, or it changed its course. There's conflicting accounts, and it flooded this entire town, or this little village. There's still a small village with some impressive structures there, and apparently that's where they decided to put the first state capital of Illinois. Very interesting that we have all these accounts of the initial settlement of the area, with both Iowa and Wisconsin having their temporary state capital in Burlington, yet another town that was on the Mississippi. You would think or expect that we'd have more development on the Mississippi, but then you have situations such as this with the massive flooding, and I suppose that makes sense. What exactly is going on? Is it simple natural flooding with the Mississippi, or is there some other reason behind it? Also keep in mind that we're right next to the New Madrid fault line, so perhaps there's other explanations for what's really going on here. In any event, that was the end of the first capital of Illinois, so they moved it to Vandalia, if I'm pronouncing that correctly, where they built another state capital in the 1830s. And of course, this is considered a modest one, and let's remember that not 30 years later, just north of Illinois in Jefferson, Wisconsin, they managed to build a high school that looked like a castle, but this was suitable for their state capital at the time. Ah, yes, Abraham Lincoln, and that's what you'll see whenever you go across Illinois, because, well, a lot of people who reside or visit Chicago tend to overlook the fact that there's a state outside of Chicago, and it is dedicated to the land of Lincoln, and that's what you'll see on the license plate. Abraham Lincoln looks a little different, though, doesn't he, without his particular beard. And with this state capital, we can see that they have all the trimmings of the historical aspects dedicated to it, so we know that when we're looking at the state capital, we can appreciate the struggle that the pioneers went when they were colonizing this entire land that was untamed at the time and uncivilized. At least that's what the historical account will tell us. And then here's the fifth state capital once they moved it to Springfield, which is where the sixth and current state capital is, and once again we can see that they've moved up a little bit more with the classic dome and cupola and some columns around it, and then a little couple pediments on either side of it. And that was the fifth one, and apparently this wasn't good enough either. So then in 1868, they needed to go all out and build a gigantic state capital. Keep in mind that while they were constructing this, 1868 to 1888, they were also building other state capitals, such as the Iowa state capital that we've looked at quite extensively. But let's also recall that they were building numerous courthouses in just about every single county. They were building wondrous churches and cathedrals. Ah, yes, there he is again, Abraham Lincoln in front of the current state capital. He just doesn't look the same without the beard. And let's be honest, it's just like Commander Riker on Star Trek. He had to grow the beard. He was a great person before.
Great. Okay. So now I have, switching gears a little bit. That was great. Had a little break.
Quiet streets. In 1860, Moscow shared a similar population with St. Petersburg, roughly 500,000 citizens.
Back in now.
But again, where is everybody?
Was it good? Was it good, Morgan?
What about the rest of the world during this time period? Edinburgh, Scotland, 1840s.
This is good.
Copenhagen, Denmark, 1840s. Dresden, Germany, 1860s. Rio in Brazil, 1860s. Toronto, Canada, 1860s. Athens in Greece, 1860s.
I'm trying to put the link up, but my computer's glitching.
And then London. Finally, people.
Yeah, where's all the people?
Yeah. I know. I love it. Absolutely love it.
And what about Paris? People, life. first photograph, we are told, was created in 1822. The art of photography relies on methods of juxtaposition, of comparison and contrast to deliver its message and sentiment. In these old photographs, we do not find the same deliberate techniques of juxtaposition that contemporary photographers craft into their art, but rather we find natural contrasts that are so important and central to navigating through our deceptive history. Contrast is a phenomenon, natural or artificial, in which meaning is generated and conveyed through the comparison of two opposing elements. When looking at 1860s Russia, there is an immediate contrast between the lack of population and the sheer size of these cities. Even in the 19th century, both Moscow and St. Petersburg are enormous. The infrastructure found in the photographs could hold a population well into the millions. Why are the cities so vast if the population was only 500,000 in each? Furthermore, the official narrative gives us a population that increases in a linear fashion from 1764. Many of the buildings we see here were built years before the photograph was taken. Did the Russians just plan well in advance? But it's when the population is introduced into these photographs that a new contrast emerges that is staggering. That is, between the people and the environment itself. It may be the reduced population numbers, or it may be the monochromatic starkness of the black and white images, but they present to us something that we've lived amongst our entire lives and never paid any mind to. That is, the enormity and impossibility of the architecture. As we engage with the industry and act of tourism, we journey from place to place and observe, taking it all in, learning, hearing, and being told what we are looking at and how it came to be. And standing in front of a structure like the Arc de Triomphe in Paris, we might even exclaim, wow, how did they do this?
It's a magnet.
But the moment, inextricably wrapped up in the busyness of the scene, perhaps prevents us from really asking that question with sincerity. Standing in front of a structure like the Arc de Triomphe, while the crowd frantically takes pictures on their smartphones, makes it all a reality. And we conclude, before being shoved away by new tourists, well, they had to have done it somehow because I'm here and looking at it. During our indoctrination at school, we are seldom shown old photographs of the grand cities scattered around our flat realm. And perhaps for good reason. Because when we marinate on images like this, and are presented with the visual evidence of a very primitive Victorian people, dotted around like grasshoppers, within the shadows of the most magnificent, grandiose, brilliant architecture a human could ever imagine, we begin to have doubts. Indeed, how did they build this? The Arc de Triomphe is made from 36,695 cubic meters of limestone and weighs 95,407 tons, or just over 95 million kilograms. They tell us it took 12 years to build the giant arch in two different periods, between 1806 to 1814 and between 1832 to 1836. How did they transport this amount of limestone with the same horse and carts that we see in the photographs? Look closer at the four sculptures that adorn each of its sides. Look at the intricacy of the sculptures and the patterning of the ornamentation that frames the arch. Each section is perfectly repeated without any deviation or inconsistency. The first true power tool was not invented until 60 years after this arch was completed. They tell us this was crafted by hand. Is that even possible? And then there is the ceiling of the arch. Immaculate, 3D sculpted roses, perfect in their geometric symmetry. The nuance of the detail and finesse of each petal and cross-section borders is overwhelming. Look at the rest of Paris during this time. Again, a plethora of unbelievable, gigantic, and magnificent structures. The city's infrastructure glorious, and the people and their means of transport primitive, unsophisticated, and seeming not at all developed to the point of producing a city like this. The roads are improperly paved and uneven. They are dirty and muddy. We also see buildings during this period in which the architecture aligns with the inhabitants. Buildings of misshapen proportions, less developed and refined, charming in their own way, but coarse in their use of wood and plaster. This is exactly the type of architecture we expect of a generation of horse and cart. A generation ignorant to the discoveries in technology that would follow in the years to come. Furthermore, at the time of this photograph, the arch is roughly 40 years old since its completion. Yet can you see how worn some of the parts of the structure are? We see weathering on the stone that suggests the arch is much older. As we approach the late 19th century, we see that the people of Moscow have finally decided to leave their homes and venture out into the streets. The infamous Red Square, now bustling with life. St. Basil's Cathedral and the Spasskaya Tower dominate the frame of the square. The construction of St. Basil's Cathedral began in 1555 and was completed in 1561, a mere 6 years. It suffered a huge fire in 1737 and underwent restoration over a 20-year period.
Got to go.
But look at it. What a structure. Almost unreal and like no other. It is composed of thousands of red bricks and tin sheet metal that has been shaped into the distinctive onion domes we see. Look closer at the intricacy of the domes. How did they bend metal to achieve such precision and perfection in the 18th century? And again, if they had the skills and dedication to build a wonder such as this, then why are the conditions of the road so poor and covered in mud? We see these incredible structures and buildings everywhere in 19th century photography. We have the wondrous Crystal Palace of London, a monstrous structure with the greatest area of glass ever seen in a building, and all constructed before England had automatic glass manufacturing. We have Westminster Abbey and Parliament. We have the old Euston Arch, constructed out of pure sandstone in 1837, and streets unpaved and full of mud. Why did these people not prioritize the streets they walked upon? The Frauenkirche, the domed masterpiece of Dresden, Germany. Its intricate and opulent splendor in direct contrast with the beat-up wagons and horse-pulled carts of the people below, a people dependent on the bare necessities, a people completely dwarfed by its size and majesty. The Library of Parliament in Ottawa, Canada, built over a period of 17 years. The first major settlers arrived in 1800, and at the time of construction, the city's population was under 20,000. With a grand, glorious library.
So real quick, I just want to show our t-shirts. So Singeman does all these designs. We have the new Dave Felford Einstein, different colors. These Nuts Designer series by Singeman. You can change all the colors on these too. Bow Wow Mud. It's good art. Don't take the brown acid. Was never said at Woodstock. I
got the Masonic.
Yeah, you got it on? You got it on?
Yeah.
Show it. Let's put you full screen. You got the Masonic the Hedgehog one? That come out good. Oh, nice. Nice. Yeah, they do a good job on them. Good. All right. They seen it. All right, so we got boom. I'm just gonna go through it real quick. These nuts, different colors. That These nuts design is pretty cool. It's all different colors, all different ones. So we got there's a lot of them. These nuts. These nuts. We got these nuts, everything. These nuts, everything. Antarctica, you can't go there. We'll get to it. We'll get to it. Look at that. Gleason map. Gleason map.
Yeah, you can't go wrong with that. Everybody should have one.
I'm saying, like, it supports the channel, and then you get something for your money, too, so it's not, like, total ripoff. Illuminati 33 confirmed. Science guy. You know, Masonic the Hedgehog, Mob. Can't you can't go there. So what I want to show about it is this, though. Like, see this one, for instance? Look. Is it going to show up? Is it going to show up? No. No. It should be there. It's glitchy. These ones are glitchy. All right, let's try one of these ones then. Is it going to show up for me? No. Buffering. All right, there it is. Okay, so let's take this guy. You know, you can change the color. Oh, green. You can change it into red. You know, green. Like, whatever you want. You can change the color patterns of the shirt yourself. But it's not showing up correctly right now, so. Anyway, there's so much stuff up there. Check out our t-shirt. Also, we have PayPal, Cash App, Venmo. You can support through the channel. You can do super chats, but it's better to support us through PayPal, Cash App, Venmo. Then we get most of the money directly. The other way, YouTube takes like 35%.
Wow, that's a lot.
It's a lot. No, more than it. It ends up being almost half when they get done with you. But it is what it is. So to keep these type of shows going, we really need the support. Just the way it is. It's nothing I can do. It's just the reality of the situation. So, all right, let's see what we got. Back to the regular scheduled program.
Really be a priority for settlers? Why does the building look like it's been cropped out of Europe and pasted into Canada? Even at the turn of the century, 40 years before Bosch economized the power tool, we have the old Penn Station in New York. Look at the size of this. Completely mind-blowing proportions. As we can see here in the photograph, each octagonal, sculpted pattern on the arched dome ceiling is larger than one individual human. Look at the gigantic columns and detailed acanthus leaves decorating the tops of each pillar. They tell us this station took 6 years to build. 6 whole years. Yeah, right. Why are we so gullible? Even without access to modern power tools, printable construction pieces, and crane technology, we could not reproduce this today. And more importantly, we don't reproduce this type of architecture today. The official liars of our world have an umbrella term for this type of architecture that we see in North America. They call it historism. Historism is a term coined to describe a style of architecture that is revival in nature, or in other words, copies the style of another period in time. The grand arches and buildings with giant columns we see are built in the classical or Greco-Roman style.
I got one.
And the cathedrals are built in the Renaissance and Gothic styles of many
The Renaissance.
Components of these particular styles of architecture feature large spires, arched windows, towers, turrets, domes, arcaded arches, sculptures, enormous doors, circular geometric windows, columns, clock faces, and bell towers. Traces of this impossible architecture are literally found everywhere, in every city and across our world today. Some preserved and maintained, like the Parisian Arc de Triomphe and Notre Dame, and others lost and long forgotten to time, like the Euston Arch and the Old Penn Station in New York. We as a people travel miles to take our own photographs of these wonders. But the photographers of the 19th century gift us with something they would never have expected to give a future generation: perspective. We see a primitive people against a backdrop of clearly advanced architectural infrastructure. The official historians of the world tell us tales of Darwinian evolution and progression between time periods. The people that came after were always more advanced in their ways, refining and redefining the methods of the generation that came before.
Yep.
If the height of innovation and industry during the 19th century was still the horse and car as a means of travel, then, as these photographs tell us, this style of architecture was just as impossible for those living in
this one for a second. Share this one. All right, check this out. We'll get back to that in a sec.
Thank you for joining me for another episode of my lunch break. If you're new, welcome. I hope you're all having a great day. And was this guy real?
Was he? Thumbs up, post, share, like, subscribe, or don't. Wow, we got
Is the
5
mainstream
on Boston
narrative
Red
of
Foot
insane
Adventures.
asylums built to terrify you? Is it here to distract you from what they really are? Are insane asylums
3
here
on
to
the
scare
backup
you from the
channel.
truth? If you had to ask me, I would say yes.
Where'd everybody
Why did
go
insane
tonight?
asylums
I don't see
just
any
start
of them.
popping up out of nowhere, all at the exact same time in the 1800s? Going back to the theory that our new timeline begins around the year 1800, we have another thing that begins in the mid-1800s: insane asylums. Let's move over to New Jersey and see what's going on with the Greystone Park Psychiatric Hospital. Actually, let's call it by its original name, the State Asylum for the Insane at Morristown. This only took 5 years to build in 1876. It was in use for 132 years after closing in 2008 and being demolished because they needed room for a parking lot. Making sense? I feel like we're at the point where any building with pillars that go up to the second floor and supposedly built in the 1800s needs to have demolition put on hold. We can't be knocking these buildings down. They need to be preserved so that we can all see them if we want to. Just reading that this building was demolished in 2015 is tough to read. This building should still be standing. The architect for this building was Samuel Sloan. And I just want to take a look at this guy's resume. He was supposedly the architect for Delaware County Courthouse and Jail in Pennsylvania. I find that they normally give away other old world buildings when you see the architect's work, because they can't just say Samuel Sloan drew up one insane asylum and that was it. It's not believable. So they show you other old world buildings if you dig a little. Now, when I search the story on the courthouse, Wikipedia is blank, nothing. This is so interesting. This building is clearly built by the old world, in my opinion. Okay, let's see what else this guy has supposedly designed. The Eastern State Penitentiary. So he's in the business of designing castles as well. Is this a joke? This is literally a castle. It's not a jail, it's a castle. 100%. This thing is massive. It's literally a fortress. Samuel Sloan was born in 1815. This castle was built in 1829.
There you go.
So he was 14 designing castles? At this point, I think we can all agree that Samuel Sloan did not design these structures. In my opinion, this is a complete destruction of the narrative. The entire story is void at this point. How can we trust any of this that they tell us? It's total nonsense. Are these characters even real? What's on the menu today? Lobotomy, anyone? I had that yesterday. I think I'll go with electric shock therapy. Great! We'll just do that until you forget about the 7th tower. Sound good? Alright, I don't know what that was, but let's move on. So the question that's being asked, and it's being asked for good reason, is were these insane asylums put into place for the people that remembered the old world? and needed them to keep quiet. It's very possible that is what's going on here. In the 1700s, nobody was in an insane asylum because there weren't any. 1600s, everyone was good. But of course, once 1800 hits, everyone is insane everywhere. By 1880, there's 139 asylums that had been supposedly built, or in my opinion, the building had been found and repurposed. But anyway, they're still using it for these insane asylums. I want to show you guys this guy, Richard Snowden Andrews, born in 1830 in the District of Columbia. He fought in the Civil War. He was responsible for being the architect for a church. Looks nice. Weston State Hospital.
Yeah, he's good.
Which I'm going to get into. A high school. Nice. Normal. A governor's house. Good. Looks nice. Then what is this? Did he get the blueprints from God? What school did he go to in a few months where he learned how to design this? Out of nowhere. He knows how to design Greco-Roman style buildings? Yeah. What is going on here? Time to talk about Weston State Hospital. The construction began in 1858 in West Virginia. Snowden began his architectural career in 1857. So this was his first project. All right.
They said wizardry only appears in fairy tales.
And of course, here we go again.
My nickname was...
If you've seen my last 12 episodes, you will be extremely excited to hear that the prisoners were responsible for the construction. The prisoners were just so skilled and superior in the 1800s. Everyone knows this, of course. And here we go. The grounds covered exactly 666 acres. Is anybody shocked about that? I don't think so. People were admitted into this insane asylum for a variety of reasons, including asthma, laziness, egotism, greediness. Are you kidding me? Laziness? Let's really put a pin into this theory and show everyone what is going on here. I mentioned that these buildings are found and repurposed. And are you ready for this? Efforts towards adaptive reuse of the building have included proposals to convert the building into a Civil War museum, a hotel, a golf course complex. Can this be any clearer? From this point on, when we say that they find these buildings and repurpose them, this will be referenced as undeniable proof. Denying this would be simply ignoring what's just been seen. Here we go into Elgin, Illinois, and the Northern Illinois Hospital and Asylum for the Insane. The construction of this building is very weird. They began building it in 1870. The building wasn't completed until 1874.
Oh, Sean
so it took 4 years. They just couldn't wait and opened it up in 1872,
Oh, dude,
2 years before it was even completed. Apparently, there were just so many insane people in 1872 in Elgin, Illinois, that they needed to get them off the streets and into this building. And they needed to get it done fast. The city of Elgin promised to provide free freight to the site for building materials. Is this because all the materials were already there? Imagine the conversation. We just need this insane asylum. So
you sent Voynich some buttons?
Yeah.
Did you? Which ones?
No,
That's
I don't. Okay, that Barb gave me an envelope, and she kind of stood there, you know, like, and I looked at it, and finally I got to think the right word. I'm like, cause she said that there's no stamps on it; it just has that. And that was like, it was like a long time. It's like a long time for me to think. And so I was getting coffee, and it was in the morning, and she knows how to treat, you know, to where, you know, let me eat some food or whatever. But she's so excited. She wanted to see my reaction because of the envelope, and I was able to say, this looks familiar. I was like, it was like at all, like no stamps. Yeah. Cause at first I was like going, well, but I go, no stamps. And it's like going, and I got chills. I'm getting chills.
Hold on. This is pertaining to the Voynich thing, right?
I don't know, but I did look at Bruce at the end. I go, I know. You know, it wasn't like I think. It was like it's boy. It's like boy.
Oh, yeah. That's what I'm saying. It was the letter was Voynich's name.
Well, it was involved. Like I said, there was no stamps, and it was in the mail, or well, it allegedly got to me from Barb's hand. I need to,
What are you talking? Wait, hold on. What are you talking about? Slow down, and I don't understand you. What are you talking like?
The
All right,
mail.
so
I mean, I'm alleging that that this was received to the property via not Barb. I need to ask her to where. I don't know where she got it, right? But
so Voynich paid some fancy letter
this is
carriers
alleged.
to drop
This is
something off.
alleged. I haven't even opened it. Because I told Barb, I want to contemplate on this to where.
Oh, so Voy sent you something and you sent him something?
No, I'm assuming it's got boy all over it. I haven't.
You haven't opened it yet.
It came with no stamps, so everything else is like null and void. It came with no
afraid?
stamps.
Are you afraid to open it because it came with no stamps?
No, I'm honored because if it literally came through the mail without, one
wrong letter, it could be kablooey. You know what I mean? Kablooey.
Yeah. Like for example, let's just say, is that Morgan?
Whoa, hold on.
Hey, Morgan.
Can't come through the mail without stamps, bro. That's how you know it didn't come through the mail.
Yeah. So
Okay.
where did it really come from?
Okay, I don't know. I'll give you what I saw. I saw like random fan.
Do you have it? Do you have it on you? Can you show us?
Where did you find this letter? Did you find it in your mailbox?
No, Barb handed it to me.
You should
report it. But listen to this to where
Why would it have stamps on it? It wasn't mailed.
Well, she stuck around to where it doesn't have stamps. How if it was mailed?
She stuck around till it had stamps on it and they disappeared.
No. Like she wanted to know if it went through the mail, how to get there without stamps.
How did she get it, bro? See,
My nickname was Magic Stamps in high school, but I mean,
I don't know if you caught the beginning, but it was in the morning. It's in front of the coffee maker, right? To where it's like it could be a volatile situation, right?
That's why I go to get my mail. What do you mean, dude? Where?
No, mail. I'm assuming.
Get the letter.
This is all assuming, right? This is all assuming.
No, it isn't because I don't know what
Open
you're
the
talking
letter.
about.
Open
I know,
the letter
because-
right now and show us.
How did she get the letter?
I don't know. That's what I'm gonna have to ask her tomorrow
That's
morning.
a huge part to totally
I want to see inside your mail.
Here's a letter for you, Sean. Oh, where'd it come from? I'm not telling. I'm also going to let you think that it might be the mail, even though did she say it was the mail, or so she lied
That's a
that it was the
possibility.
mail and she got it from? That's what I mean.
I wouldn't trust her. After that, I wouldn't even trust her.
Morgan, I want to set Morgan's at ease to where this isn't like a Disneyland surprise. It's like she literally wants to know if that went through the mail, how to get here without stamps. Because I told her about
How did the fucking guy get in her goddamn fucking house, sit down in her fucking mail? So he came in during the fucking night? I'm not.
No. See, that's the thing. I have to wait till tomorrow to ask her. Going, well, where did you get it? Yes, it was in the mail. It could be ribbing me, right? But I flipped it over, and it says Nederland.
I get it. She's a meth head, and she just gave you a thing because it's part of getting your money. Okay, I got it. I got it now. It's part of getting Sean's money. Okay.
It could be because she's Jewish. Her faith is Jewish, right?
Exist in this world: getting people's money and sex.
Okay.
And it's not for sex, so it's to get your money.
That's what
yeah, here's in the top corner. Here's in the top corner. Can you see that?
You don't think she wants to have sex with him?
What? Me? Oh,
No, just joking. I'm just joking. All right.
Okay.
Move on.
No, because she's already gone to the getting money from him without giving him sex. If she can get the money without
you guys will meet her. You guys are gonna meet her. I mean, eventually. I'm surprised that you haven't.
All right. Open the letter. Open the letter right now. You're full screen. You're full screen.
Well, now you make me really think. Going like, is it like? Would she go?
No,
through
You wasted about 45 minutes of the show now talking about this. We want to see what's in it.
Okay.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah. Nice. This is gonna be great.
Because it goes from like nothing to all
You
of a
should
sudden,
clip this
oh,
part
hey,
out
we're
later.
opening the letter right on.
We should clip this part out later, Sean. It's the unboxing. This is exciting, guys. Only happening here on Late Night Live at 1:46 in the morning on a Tuesday night. What is it? Wednesday now. This is the kind of stuff that entertains us.
Okay. This is okay. Okay.
Wait a. Put the camera on it. What is it?
Don't read it. You're not going to be able to wonder anymore.
If this is plagiarized, if she had anything to do with this,
Reader's Digest.
Wait up. So what are you saying? If she plagiarized it, if she plagiarized it, she would have had to be talking to Voynich behind your back and got word for word what to write. Is that possible? Like, there's no way.
I don't doubt Voy for a second that he did that. There's no stamps. There's no fucking stamps on this thing.
What? Oh my god!
What does it
And
say?
it just seems
What does it have to do with anything?
What does it say? Meet me
I don't
behind
know.
the willow.
It's like
Meet me near the willow tree at lunchtime or something.
Kinda like it could be. Check it out. This is
Kind of. And no letter ever has said something kind of.
I don't know if I could show this. I'm gonna show you parts of it, okay? This is the top. Listen. This is the top. I'm gonna show you the very top right of the envelope, okay? I'm not gonna show it all to you, but I'm gonna show you.
This is
it has the address. It has the address on it or something.
Because if this was here and then somebody's gonna show me that, I think that'd be the fucking funnest way to go. What in the fuck does P mean?
So this
real quick, what is P? What do you think P? PNL.
What is it, boy? How did this happen?
PNL. Can you see that?
Wow, P&L and no stamps. That's a lot of information you're giving us.
It's like a whole. What's the thing is? It's three across, and 4 down. Letters, right?
So it's a crossword puzzle.
Well, it's something. It's 3 across and 4 down.
With
it's
no
like
stamps.
PNL.
Voynich,
Yeah, that's
Voynich, what are you
in the
doing to
area where
this
you would
poor
put the
guy?
stamp.
Look at his
Because
face.
I was looking. Because I was staring at it when she handed it to me. I was just staring at it. Like, I couldn't see what it was, but I knew it was where the stamp is, and I'm always going.
Jaw.
Because that's where it happens, dude. And it's like PNL.
Look at his neck.
The magic of letters.
Yeah. Because I remembered supercalifragilisticexpialidocious to remember.
Even though the sound of it is something quite atrocious.
To remember the thing that you put on a letter backwards. It's
remember.
Modern
Morgan.
Postage? What are you talking
about?
It's without prejudice. Oh, dang, I missed. Without prejudice. If I wrote it down, I could do it.
Wait, Voynich says it's modern day postage, and it's a code that costed €5.50.
I knew it. That was my guess. I go. So where like this. I bet you he paid, and the guy goes, "Okay, I will write this." Like he was handing out like 50 cents. Okay, there's
what's
a P.
What's modern day postage, Sean?
It's fun. I look at it to where you can be your own bank. You can go in there, like with imaginary gunslingers, like going, "I am this." It's not like
a letter for 30 cents worth of the direction to where it's going.
It's fucking awesome because I believe there's a 3 cent stamp for a 3 cent letter you can send as long as it's not in federal property. No zip codes, no abbreviations. You have to put on there non-domestic without prejudice.
That's right. We have that in Canada too. I heard about it once.
Something. It's 7 lines long. I had to remember supercalifragilisticexpialidocious.
So
this is what you gotta write in the fucking letter.
The way that you can do it in Canada.
Hold on.
How?
I get it. So he sent it from his country, from Netherlands, but he used a method called modern day postage, where instead of using a stamp, you write 3 letters in a certain way.
Okay, yeah. As far as we know, yeah. On the bottom. Now I'm going to show you what's on the. I'm going to show you what's on the bottom right. Listen, I think this is connected to it. Listen, I'm going to now show you what's on the bottom right of the letter. And I think that the postage guy did put on there, right? It's like a barcode, but Just Stash is right as far as
€5.
it's a code that he paid that money, and then they wrote that and they put this on
How
the
do you
bottom.
know how much to send though? Like, what if you send too less? Like, if you pay like,
it's the weight. It's
how
the
do you
weight.
don't pay €5? You gotta weigh it yourself.
That's NIST. That's NIST. I think I mentioned SATA is used. NIST uses SATA. If NIST,
What does NIST
didn't
or
use-
SATA stand for, though? The actual words.
serial SATA, it's a cool deep rabbit hole. If you look up, depends on which one you do
It's
first.
nothing until you give it a designation by attributing words that have
Here's an
meaning to
example.
the
Yeah, you're
letter.
right. Here's how a quick rough draft of it. SATA, if you go through it, it's like, serial SATA.
You need to send
it
it
goes like
to the email
each time is a thing, like a letter, like SATA. It keeps going,
Weird.
right? And it basically, the end of the rabbit hole.
What if you don't have a computer? You don't use
you're
email.
spelling out. You're literally spelling
You're
out
old school.
serial Satanist, and like a 13 and something. There's like an 8-digit thing. But
Why
it's like
do
a
you
cool-
play into any of this? What's
Okay,
your
the
power?
postage.
What's your
To-
power
his-
that someone else needs it?
Not power. It's a way of like learning this game. It's like I want to send like 100 letters to 100 people, and it's like 3 cents a stamp, 3 cents a letter. And I believe that I can do that. And it's to where.
So
they're
Voice
not
sent you the
blind.
letter to teach you how to do this so that you could enjoy this game and enrich your life.
No. I just imagined this when
Oh,
I
I
got
know
it
you
because I'm into it. It's just he's probably just part of his country, right? I don't think he meant this as like a
I
tool or
don't
something.
know.
to go,
That's
this
a,
is
see,
neat.
that's a factual statement, and you just obliterated it into something that has a possibility of a lie to be called true when there's no way that a lie is true. It's actually. I'm not saying anything bad about you, though. I'm just saying that's
Yeah.
satanic.
You're right, too.
The statement that you just made is satanic. Because every single time you make a flat fact statement, then you'll go, but maybe, or maybe it could. When there is no maybe it could, maybe it couldn't. I'm not saying
I
it's
love
negative.
you.
I'm
I love
just
you,
saying,
Morgan.
you
I love
seem
you,
to be
Morgan,
making
because
room for something that you already find out the truth to, and then you take it back and go, so let's take that truth and etch a sketch it away and leave it at a maybe, even though we already have that.
Well, that's that. I mean, that goes back to following those assholes that are planted in our community to dumb it down. You know what I mean? And that's why he's been doing it, and now he's going backwards. Yeah, I called him out on it the other day.
See the same things in the chat every day.
Thank you. And so that's the reason why I feel comfortable enough to just test it out and like hear it out loud.
What we're saying is this is an
stupid. I shouldn't
intervention,
do that.
Sean. Sean,
Yeah,
what we're
what?
saying is this is an intervention. You're hanging out
I
with the
feel
wrong
it. I
crowd.
feel it.
Come back to the mud mob. Come back.
I'm speechless that you guys want me back because I
you
need
need to choose your friends wiser.
I don't want to ever leave. It's like I lost it. And
You're going backwards. You're falling behind. Just like I told John Hawkins the other day.
I get in myself's way all the time. Like Bane Bear, he encouraged me
There's
because
no need for a conspiracy when the biggest one is already out there and being told. It's the flat earth and just the lies of the world to get people to not think of God, which is truly love and truth.
Exactly. That they're trying to put time and space between us and the creator and the creation.
Yep. For whatever reasons, to make more money, to maybe they really hate life because they feel they didn't ask to be born, and then they got hurt by a late night sneaky uncle, and they're so angry that they're never going to stop trying to hurt God because they exist.
They definitely.
And they don't think it's fair. A lot of people take that one real far, eh?
Yeah, they definitely got diddled.
there are so many lessons in the last couple of days that I've learned going like I shouldn't treat things like a game because other people it's serious and it like disrespects them to treat things like that and sabotage or not sabotage but fraudulent things like to where like to go to a bar to sell buttons and be willing to buy your own buttons so you could say you sold some buttons.
See, the first thing that comes into my mind, without even anything, it just meaning like as far as games go, is I'm like,
Sean, you can still send me those buttons.
Take a commercial product and bring it into someone else's space where they're selling commercial products. You're gonna go like, is it legal? It's not that I care about legality, but I mean, are you going to bother to ask the owner first?
All right, guys, listen up. I'm winding it down. I'm getting out of here. I'm tired. It's 2 a.m. here. It's 3 a.m. other places. It's late. I'm out of here. I love you. Yeah, thank you,
Morgan Button.
Hey, we'll do maybe we'll do it again tomorrow. I mean, we're going hard. Mud Mob, Boston Rays Marathon of Mud, night 2.
Yeah.
Later. Say bye.
Bye.
All right. Thank you guys for showing up. Thank you for being a great audience. Please support the channel. Love yous. Talk to you later.
What is that supposed to be? You made my mind freeze, and time stands still. No more going down the path, can't climb that hill. That's why I wrote this little rhyme that will cut you like a knife till you find that pill. I was still in the days, for many days within the maze to this pretty dame who I've been engaged for 5 years, 4 months and 20 days. Was until I came back that you went away. Cause when I came back I brought so many pains. You call me sick, but you and I know I'm plenty sane. I was driving hella hot down the highway to heaven. My life is like a skyscraper on 9/11. Been gifted a Rolex, no time like the present. About to win this whole pop, but then I'm super using 7. Yeah, 7 you soft shit motherfucker. I get so oblivious, so insidious, I get so vindictive. Use an idiot, running with little kids, playing cowboys and Indians. You said you'd be my friend until the end, but in the end you just jump ship. So take all the product that I bought you and rub it on your tits. I'm out of pocket like an alcoholic, having withdrawal fits. All bets are off, let it off my chest. Don't test my offense, I'd be better off if I let her on. But I'm never soft, cause my legs are strong. And if the weather's hot, then my sweater's off. And if my cheddar's off, I'ma set it up. Yeah, bitch, I'ma fucking set it off. Cause I drop it like it's hot, then I rock the house. I speak tongue-in-cheek, you talk cock and mouth. Smoke so much weed, I got cotton mouth. You love me so much speed, I'ma have to cop an ounce. Finish on the floor, cause we fell off the couch, over the counter and off the shelf. We gon' make it rain to stop the drought. I get so oblivious, so insidious, I get so vindictive. Use an idiot, running with little kids, playing cowboys and Indians. You said you'd be my friend until the end, but in the end you just jump ship. So take all the product that I bought you and rub it on your tits. Oh no, there he goes again, he's so oblivious, so impervious to the fact that he's only scribbling riddles in the middle of Leviticus. To this chick he's twittering, say hello to my little friend drizzling. Like a Vietnam movie, you drop the bomb on me every time you pass the bong to me. It just dawned on me, what an anomaly. Our astronomy, it's a comedy, and synonymously it's a tragedy. And it's so sad to me to see your reaction, bending over backwards just to get back that attraction. I'd be happy with that, but take a stab at the fraction. You was my soon to be, now on the track has been. You took advantage, I took you for granted. You could never fathom how bad I've been damaged. I get so oblivious, so insidious, I get so vindictive. Use an idiot, running with little kids, playing cowboys and Indians. You said you'd be my friend until the end, but in the end you just jump ship. So take all the product that I bought you and rub it on your tits. Eating chicken and waffles with this bitch who was awful, man. Getting off a good time. Chopping the potato with off a Rebecca Osco in this nacho line. I was eating steak and pancakes when I made a mistake, and I had to swallow my pride. I put my foot in my mouth and started hoofing it out to make up for that lost time. Now I'm making up for it. But I'll never catch you